but sometimes we can push through it. But we'll have the discussion of what is treasure and where we put our treasure and what is value and where we're putting up our treasure. What are we buying while we're here? What are we spending our time and our money? And what is money? And we'll just have that discussion and hope we can add some value. I'm not giving any economic advice, but thank you, Father, for giving me the abyss of economic understanding, the difference between currency and money. Yeah, very few people are aware in this day what is truly money and what is valuable and what's more valuable, time or money. So, everybody has a different, I guess, idea of what they think is valuable, what they spend their time or money on. So, chasing payments and credit, and it's quite the strange economic world that we live in. Who would ever thought, the zero interest rate program, ZERP, or NERP, negative interest rates. That means they take money from you if you put it in the bank. So they're already fee and fine. So, man, hard to make a living. Gross and net. It's sick, isn't it? State and federal taxes and inflation, and wow, what a strange time where they can just pull money out of thin air and put it on a computer. They could get money from a loan for your house or something. Where were dollars and cents in that transaction created out of thin air. So, fractional reserve lending, the banksters, put your currency. That's not money. Currency is not money. Currency is an IOU. What did Jamie Dimon said? There's gold, and everything else is just credit or an IOU, if you will. So they created a token, a coin, a bit out of thin air, and look at the value of that, right? Is that value? Gotta be one person thinking it's worth more or less for it to be the way this contract, like a stock, somebody thinks it's going to be worth more, so they buy it, and the other person thinks it's going to go down, or they're pulling profit, and right there, that's where they decide to sell, a buyer and a seller. But on an actual asset, they're buying a derivative. Derivatives. It's like a casino almost, if you will, where the house always wins, but like a slot machine, Las Vegas, like Fear and Loathing or Viva. So what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So they want to, they get to keep all the money. They're the house. And so debt. Is that value? Is it valuable to be in debt? A free nation, freedom, where everybody's in debt. Enslaved by debt by birth. So what a strange time to be where, where they print $1 trillion every 100 days. That's not enough. That didn't cover it with the compound interest. This last time it was $1.5 trillion. So inflation is an expansion of the currency supply. So currently we are just expanding at a rate with the inflation that's unsustainable. So anytime a country's GDP exceeds their military budget, they're in free fall, they collapse. And so that's where this country's at right now. So, but people don't think about economics, and war's profitable. So welcome to machine. So surrender your gold by executive order. Remember that happened back in 1933. So people have forgotten the past. And would you surrender your gold if they said, hey, give up your gold? Would you go by an executive order? Is an executive order lawful or even legal? Is that either? That sounds like serfdom to me. Like, get off the land, play or pay. Here we are again, and it's a little chilly out here in the desert. Apologize, but yeah. How do you measure your wealth? Do you measure it in paper payments, dollars and cents, or do you measure it in ounces and acres? Silver's like gold. I think the ratio is silver's taken off like a tear a little bit. It's been $50 before, now 3 times with a premium and during the old beer bug. So spend money on beer. What do you spend your money on? What's money? Money's not currency. Currency's not money. They're 2 different things. Currency is a paper payment, a debt note, an IOU. Money is gold and silver, right? Gold and silver are money. So where do you store your treasure up? Mine is the word. Nothing more valuable than the word of Father. So nothing comes close. You couldn't put a price. It doesn't have an actual physical. It's a spiritual, like faith, things unseen, Hallelujah for that. So thank you for the store, the treasure after death, like a savings account. You're going to put it in there and not take it out of the bank. You can spend it now, but you better not expect anything on the other side. Oh, you lost your interest too, huh? See you, bye. All right. People lose interest. They're like ghosts. They turn opaque. They want a quick fix. They want a slot machine. They want or Las Vegas. They want to get rich quick. Step right up like Russian roulette, right? Oh. There we go. So put your money where your mouth is, right? Water, currency, get it? Put your currency in the bank and go with the flow. Be a good debt slave to the system, to the war machine. So what's value? How about what's more valuable? Would you rather have an abundance of time where you could do what you want, or an abundance of money so you go try to spend your way and buy happiness? You tell me. Everybody values things different. What's real? What's real? Is paper payments real? A nation that traded its minerals for paper payments. Shiny dirt that's been around, never gone to zero ever once, but where there's been 4,800 currencies, and each one of them, except for the ones that are currently in circulation, have gone to zero. Well, some might be collectible, like the greenback or something like that. But remember, there was, at the time, silver and gold was attached to these paper payments. All right, we'll try it again. I'm not sure. We're having some technical difficulties because of the sun. That that big gold. Well, it's more white now. Used to be this color, but now it's this color. So thank you, Father, for the blessing to know that you're the value of my life, and you're my treasure. You're where I put up you're my prize. You're my savings account. You're the one who's going to save me. Thank you for that. The one that's going to, the bail has been set. So, but thank you, Father, for that. Thank you Silver's like gold. There's a backup channel. You might want to subscribe to that channel if you're not already a part of this ministry. There is a backup. I guess Lady in Red kind of devoted that as the backup channel. If something goes wrong with this channel, you might see me over there. So silver is like gold. $35 right now or something today, 35, 33 here on the Kitco paper pond contract price. If you don't want to pay the premium, but you still want exposure to silver, you can buy into the cakewalk or whatever musical chairs where there's 300 contracts chasing one piece of silver, physical metal. I forget what the gold ratio is. Remember the silver market is like got a $900 billion market cap or something. We're not even talking a trillion. This market's so tiny you couldn't even see it on it. It's a speck. I think the gold right now is about 34 or so premium, about $3,700 I think for a piece of gold right now. There's a Cougaran. And here's a gold stoners from Kent. Here's a gold eagle. This is definitely one of my favorite. It's 4.9, so it's 24 karat magic in the end. I don't care about stupid shiny dirt, but anyways, you got to have a way to store. Kings and queens put this up, for their families because they know that this is a great way to put a lot of money in a very small place and not in a bank. You become your own central bank. Imagine that. Don't trust this backed by, unless it's like in the money, not currency. Currency is something that's like a debt note or an IOU. But if they put it in the money, let me see. I think I have a silver quarter here somewhere. Where'd that silver quarter go? A silver quarter. Okay. See, this would always buy you a gallon of gas. This is a silver quarter. Notice it doesn't have that copper rib on the side of it. This right now will buy you carne asada, rice and beans, tortillas, and probably a drink in like Ecuador, Venezuela, potentially places in Mexico. This silver dime, I believe now it's like 28 times face. So it's about almost a $3 dime. And I think that makes that quarter over almost $6 or $7 now or something like that. So this is not, this is money. Money is because this metal, the actual physical metal is in the money. Don't ever trust this back buy in Fort Knox bull snot. Okay, bull and bear, whatever. Bull, bear, bust, bull, bust, bear. That was a channel I haven't watched. I haven't been over on Silver's Like Gold for a while. But anyways, this quarter is worth over $6. This dime is, I think, 28 times face, so 280 or something like that. 280 for this silver dime. So these are 1964 and older. Dimes, quarters, and 50-cent or half pieces are 90% the put copper in there, so they would not, like this is 3 nines fine, and this doesn't have copper. So if you put this and these rubbed on each other in your pocket, oh hey, well we'll come up with a certificate. You don't have to carry that clanky, that clanky metal in your pocket. It's called a ping test. We have a silver certificate. We can give that to you, or a gold certificate, and you trust us. We put that in the bank. If you don't like it, you can just take your money back out. You can become your own bank. That was all after France came back here and said, hey, we want our gold back. Remember, gold back? Or was it the greenback? All right. So I'm not giving any economic advice here. See your Charles Schwab or economic advisor. Papers, money, trust the government. They love you. They want to, they never take it from you, your gold or your silver, or inflate away your purchasing power. So Okay, anyways, moving on. Remember at the time of Rome, Christ, they valued a piece of gold and a piece of silver exactly the same ratio. So that's what I look at the ratio. I don't care what the price means, nothing. It's irrelevant. If you don't hold it, you don't own it. So remember that. Backed by my left or right. Is it there? Is it right? Is it gone? It'll probably be a certain amount. There'll be a key point in history. I'm not some kind of prophet or anything like that. There's no prophets walking this rock that was all fulfilled with no stone. You've been hitting that dab pen too many times. Okay, they're Tin Man. You just need a little dab oil and you'll be okay. All right, but anyways, Fort Knox, they're going to do this audit of Fort Knox. Like he was going to audit the Fed. That didn't work out. Instead, he blew Powell's bubble, remember? But all right. Mr. Yellowstain, Mr. Poker Face. But anyway, you guys probably play a different game or something. The stock market, that's like a casino, like a poker game. All right, stop, put, stay, derivative. Hey, put your money in the bank. We'll spend it for you and we'll gain interest. And you pay us and we gain interest on your money and then we'll charge you interest. Hey, sounds like the house always wins. All right, it's like blackjack. Want to split the aces? All right, never mind. I wouldn't bet on it, but anyways, this is not an economic, or I wouldn't recommend. It's not a lottery. Don't buy. Don't be ticketed or tokened, coined. Remember, all coins are supposed to be both by the Treasury, by the Constitution, and both gold and silver. So I rebuke this nation, this disgusting, filthy swine for 50 years. Hey, don't worry about the gold that's in Fort Knox anymore. Remember, they were going to audit. He was going to audit the Fed. Now they're going to they're going to audit Fort Knox. How much is that gold sitting at? Does anybody know anything about this country? Does anybody know anything about economics in this American corporation, which is not American? It's not a nation. It's not a country. It's a corporation. It's sold on the stock exchange. The labor of the people. It's open for business. Okay, it's called American. We'll leave it at that. So, this nation is by the Constitution, the Treasury. Clip the penny, and America makes no sense. So not one penny. See, I told you, the American. Even they don't even talk about it. Nobody talks up about any of these things. So remember 1945, after World War II, Time Magazine's Man of the Year 2 years in a row. Look at Mr. Stinky Muskrat. He was going down and doing the same thing. Mr. Warp Speed's got his house decorated with that sun god. All right, the seventh king. There's two kings. Remember, he said, Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. So careful where you put your treasure. But all right, anyway, so in 1945, remember, all the gold, we'll guard all the gold, put it in Fort Knox. You know, I'm a veteran. That's not very military strategically safe to just put all your eggs in one basket. Well, that's kind of the neat thing about this. Like 100-to-1 is the ratio. They value these 1-to-1 per ratio. They didn't matter that the value was the same. Remember, King Solomon's temple is how many talents, of gold. But silver, they sold Christ for 30 pieces of. Remember, trying to bring you back to speed, or will you go back to the future in a minute? We'll go, gotta get back in time. All right, sorry. Let's do the warp speed in here. It was part of the channel. You have to deal with it. So anyway, silver's like gold. So that's my backup channel. If you want to go see the other channel, if this channel goes down, you never know. They don't want people like me to tell you these things. Shadow ban this channel for years or whatever, many channels. There's a half dozen channels that I've done here on the tube. The Hollow Needle channel, you're on the like a fang or like a sticker where they want to give you the poker. Play a game. It's a game. Play silly reindeer games. But anyways, put coal in your stocking. Remember, ho, ho, ho. If you want to go do the hub or pull your chain, you can ask Santa where all the hoes are at. He knows. So, all right. Anyways, back to Silver's Like Gold, the backup channel. Let's go back in time, and then we'll come back to the future. But all right, it's like a time machine in here. All right, I know it stores value no matter what. At the time of Rome, Christ, you could take this gold piece and you could buy the finest toga that money would buy. I don't know what the thread count, that day, like a curtain or whatever cloth, or like a sheet, like a veil. Had a veil put over. So, but you could buy a toga, the finest toga. Remember Rome, this was at the time of Rome. I was talking about 1-to-1, the ratio, because price doesn't matter. It's about purchasing power. It's what it'll buy you. So let me learn you here something. So you could buy I need some participation from you too. I don't want to just sit here and try to be the only one speaking. Okay. So, but you could buy for this gold piece, 1 ounce gold piece, you could buy a toga. You could take your lady out your wife for a nice steak dinner and buy her a bottle of wine for 1 gold piece. Remember, they valued that 1 to 1. But let's talk about this piece right here. Put Toga in the chat. I'm going to spark you guys, or I'm going to shut this channel and I'll read to fire up the thing. We'll get a new group of people in here. I don't want to talk to the wall. All in all, it's just, I thought he was going to build the greatest wall ever, and still you got the greatest jab. Okay, remember the Hollow Needle channel poker? You knew I was a snake before you let me in. Warp speed. I'm going to audit the Fed. Now he's going to audit Fort Knox. Catch up. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. The corporate selected by Fortune 500 company. Purple, red, and blue is purple president. Purple people eater. No, EpiPen Island boy. Like his buddy Joe and Barry, and they're all on the same cheeks to the same hole. 2 cheeks to the same hole. Like 2 wings to the same dragon. All right, so they're going to audit the Fed. Anyone? All right, what are they shadow banning my chat? The thread count. Remember? Hello, 1 bat. You guys are Sesame Street. All right, you guys are a bunch of, you guys are not speaking back. And if you can't put Toga in the chat, I'll just shut this one down and we'll fire up another new chat. I don't want to speak to the wall once again. All in all, we're just, are you stuck on repeat? Are you stuck on dumb freedom? I am American. But, and it's supposed to be gold and silver, if you remember, by the Treasury, not paper payments or 0101010101 on a computer. 0 actually has no value. It's just a placeholder. So there's no 0, there is no 1,000. All right, thanks, Fox. Hey, Zero Fox Doodle for coming in. Okay, so at the time of Rome, they would price this out at value, not what it would buy you. That's what it is. It's purchasing power. This gold would buy you 1 ounce, would buy you a toga, the finest toga money would buy. It would buy you, you could take your lady out and have a nice steak dinner and buy her a bottle of wine. So there we go. Hold on, I can let my dog in, so we'll put you on pause. Why do you guys ask that? I don't figure out no son situation. Stop asking about my son. He's either dead or the cops know where he's at. That's where it's at. I can't do anything else. I mean, I'm not going to forget about him, but either the cops know where he's at or he's dead, and so is my daughter. So that's what I got figured out. If you want to help, do something. Call the feds. Call somebody. I mean, you know how it is to wake up every day knowing your son could be dead, and you've done everything. I mean, I remember I have put in a lot of time into this, so thanks for asking, but no, nothing's changed with the weather, okay? Manipulated by not a lot of spray, so. If he's dead, he's not suffering, but it's my daughter, poor daughter, who's really caught in all the middle of this. So, but it's Father doing it. I have no vengeance, he cared about no man. Everybody's a. Hey, where'd I put that quarter? I don't know. I'll figure it out. Where'd I put the quarter? Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. So, I've been trying to do my work here to, help my mind work through it and lean on you guys a little bit. So, but every day, imagine being a dad, knowing your son could be suffering right now in pain or tied up or something held by at gunpoint, and you can't do anything. You've tried everything I could do. So, wherever you put your treasure at, I know Father is put my heart on him, and I have to stand on faith. Can't see. I told you the word's more valuable than anything. So, but it is what it is. Life's not Burger King. You can't always have it your way. So I taught him that and said that he's seen me say that, probably 500 times in front of people and laugh and put a smile on their face. And it's the crushingness, like gold and silver. He beats us out of to make us pure. And so, my daughter is what I'm more too concerned. And not that I don't love my son, but I don't love neither of them more than the word, though. I can guarantee that. So where do you put your treasure at? You put it into shiny dirt or the things of this world, or, because he tests us and refines us like silver and gold. We have to endure to the end. So there will be a final fire. And if you have any impurities, 3, 4, 9s, that's 22, 24 carat, you'll crack, you'll break, and it'll be vain, it'll be worthless. You get thrown back into the pile of, he's creating a masterpiece in each one of us that he beats. And because we are his creation, we're not supposed to worship the creation. We're supposed to go after the creator. So it's a hard day every day. It's I don't have the strength to get up every day to do it. So he's the one who saves me. Salvation, sozo, he carries and picks me up and lifts me from beginning point to an ending point. It's like a savings account, if you will, like gold and silver, but it's not, So he has me doing this. The ministry is a blessing. It fills a bit of a void that's not there. And you guys get to be that. So asking, well, that's what you got. I don't want to lie to anybody and tell you that I could just forget about, my son. I don't care. He's not even a juvenile anymore. He's a grown-ass man. But he's still, if you have a child and you think they're in pain and, their wife that might be with them could be potentially, maybe not, I don't know. You'd want to do something about it every day. You couldn't just be silent or forget about it. So I don't know. I think like a bird flies south for the winter, nobody needs to tell it. If a parent is a parent, father in greatness, we don't study books or read these things. It's just part of natural, kind of natural law. We do what our instincts tell us what we're supposed to do. So thanks for asking. I'll try to stop talking about it, but it's I'm not thinking about it, trust me, because I have a conversation with you about 5 things, and right now on this ministry, I can guarantee they're still always in the back of my mind. It doesn't go away. So not like a light switch, you can't turn it off, kind of like love. Some things, when it's real, it's very hard to turn off. Very different, many kinds of love, but not dog or your car or your cat, but the word is what I love more than anything. So I have to let that cover me over more than the pain that he causes, because he can fix it at any moment. He can make this. I get a call from this attorney. Okay, we're dropping the charges. We realize we're really in serious trouble. You have a major amount of lawsuits. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars alone. My daughter should easily, because she was kidnapped and released and then now gone missing again. She has a major. She'd be sitting, with her husband and not dealing, but I can't find her. So I have to deal with that every day too. Not just him, but her. No, please leave her out of this, because she's part of this equation. They've got Father. He created all things. Has got her wrapped up in this too. So spoke about it last night in the live stream. I'm glad they both had sat down and supped with the interlinear and Textus Receptus, and I know they love the word, and I don't know how much she loves it as much as my son, but because she's only been with him for 5 or 6 years. But I know I've never seen her ankles or her collarbone. She's very traditional, formal, and she's a good young lady. I'm glad that my son has gotten to spend the time, if they're both passed, and they got to be with each other. Maybe they'll be with each other and be equally yoked and get to be with Father, and they'll all have a room. It's a house of many rooms, so maybe they'll be with Father together. And again, steak dinner with your wife. I'll try to move on with the lesson. So don't think that it's not in the back of my mind, though, Jay. But do dreams mean anything? Well, dreams are biblical. Remember, I don't put prophetic. There's no prophecy in modern day. I mean, he creates and writes all things, so nobody can predict the future. That's not a thing. Prophets were a thing in past. He prophesied no stone would be left upon another. Again, I remember I told you, people too much dab oil, or whatever, or not paying attention, or they're a straw man, or a tin man, part of this corporation, and they don't care. Their service to self means, and not service to others. So he ingrained in the hearts of men and women to be servants of either self or other. That's just the way we are, and we all serve flesh no matter what. We were born into this sin, into this flesh, and he pulls us to his light. He pulls us to him. He's pure. He's sovereign. He's without blemish. He can't sin. And when you're pure, you are, again, we can't be with this flesh. That's not possible. We're born of this sin. And so to be with Father, when Christ left this place, he was talking about this flesh that we accompany, this meat suit at this moment. And then we'll all rise at one time. There's only one judgment, one final horn where all pass through that book. So there's more than just the book of judgment. There's the Lamb's book of life, and then there's also, which left out most time, I heard again another somebody else speaking on these same books just yesterday when I was studying, and they don't talk about that. Those that fear the Lord, those are the only ones that'll be written in the book of remembrance. But let's talk about the book that everybody passes through, whether you have faith or spirituality, you're atheist, you're a Satanist, you're a Christian, Catholic, all, I don't care what your denomination, all from the beginning of time, at one judgment will rise. Nobody's in the sky. Dead people don't go to the sky. Dead people lay in the dirt, like it says in Scripture. So I don't do these balls in the sky and God's in the sky and dead people's in the sky and heaven's in the sky. So, hello, McFly, your shoes untied. You guys don't even understand. They make movies about all of this Scripture. They put it in everything. They hardly ever leave it out. But you don't know which text it's relating to. So I'm not pointing out you as a bad person or anything. You need to sup with the word and you'll see it. They put it in, they don't hide these things from people, their eyes, because people don't have an eye to see. His block is teeny tiny. He only chooses to write on the brides of the hearts of the law that's been fulfilled and blotted out now by contract, not by law. They're destined, sealed by faith. They're already a purchase possession, and they are refined like silver and gold to push this self, out of them. So he says, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, that since the beginning of time, not one of us would. There's not even a single one human being, one race, the human race, not one of us would. So although somebody said again, Fox, that we're to be fishers of men. I waste a whole decade, Decamai. Let me see your hands up. Everybody, it's a stick up, Okay, anyways, but out trying to pull people to Father. And I just was a lazy, in my studies, and Father helped me refine those and through the, passages through Brother Jim at, my pastor at Grace and Truth Ministries here on YouTube and graceandtruth.net, he brought me back to not being lazy, brought me back to the things I already knew and just wasn't doing. So, but it's Father who did it through the word, because Brother Jim brought me back to the word. It's always the word that rebukes us, Father rebukes our hearts. He's the one, our heart is continuously filled with wickedness. Don't listen to these religious idiots. Not one of them. They're all Satanists, every one of them that walks this rock. 99% of them think God's in the sky and heaven's in the sky, and think that God knows it's in my heart. You ain't never supped once with the word. I can tell you, he's some man in a box, rock, block, brick, mortar. He said he didn't dwell in houses made by hands. Okay. He's not in a temple. He destroyed the physical temple. Again, too much dad oil, hitting that pen again or something. He destroyed all physical rituals, all physical. He became the sacrificial lamb. He was the lamb. They ate lamb, not crackers and grape juice, not Cadbury eggs or fluffy marshmallow puffy bunnies with sugar on it, all coated. I don't want to hear a peep, whether bunny or bird. I don't want to hear. Oh, first it's Twitter, now it's X. You don't see this. They put this right in front of you. It's the Scripture is in everything, but you don't have eyes to see. And Father did not choose to write this gospel on the heart of many. He said many are called, but oligos are chosen. Oligos, find the straight gate. Oligos, fear not. Only those who fear the Lord will have their name written in that book of remembrance. Remember, there's only one judgment. I don't know where these people got this whole thing twisted. That's the Hebrew word forward, because they add, to twist, change, add, warp, or pervert. So anyways, it's not something you can't change a goat into a sheep. It's already from the foundation of the world. Prognosko is the Greek word, and that means to have foreknowledge of. So no prophecy, no prophets. That was all fulfilled. The destruction of the, remember, they didn't eat crackers and grape juice. They ate lamb at the Last Supper. He fulfilled all the Socio-political laws, all the rituals, celebration. Only by faith are we saved. And that is the word believe. And that's not a thought in your head. So you can't believe in God and you can't be saved. Because remember, for a decamai, let me see your hands up. It's a stick up. more than 10. I thought I was bringing people to Jesus, bringing people to Father, bringing people God, no, I'm not doing any of those things. I never did any of those. I was a blasphemous, heathenous swine, adding to his text what he said do not do. So although we are to be fishers of men, Father said, if I did not call out to their hearts, remember? I'm still thinking about my son back there. Okay, by the way, he said that not one of us, but I don't love him more than this word, right? No, he said we are not to in Matthew 10:34 through 39. You know, I think people think I'm crazy, but I don't care what this world thinks of me. You know, they told Noah for 126 years that he was crazy. Christ told you prepare. Remember, believe is an action word. Extra oil. It's a verb. It's not a noun. Faith is a noun. By faith, we're saved. Not by doing celebrations and rituals and eating things and physical things of this world. You're lost in space, farce. You think God's over your head in the sky, and he's not. He's inside you now. He used to visit one day a year, but he was never in the sky. There's nothing in the sky that you fall for this fallen angel nonsense or Jimmy Crack Corn, whatever. I don't care what you think. It's not here. You can't serve two masters. And your master, he's dead to me. If you even knew what an idiom was and an idiot, you might study this world and you know world, yeah, and the world that's around you and the word, because you were supposed to be not in it. Be of it, but right? Stay in the word, not of the world. Hello. Come out of her, my people. He's preparing you for afterlife, death, when you get to be with him without flesh, because he's sovereign. The only thing without sin, the only thing, the creator of the law. You have to be, the only sovereign is the writer, correct? The creator of all things. So I'm not going to change a single thing here. By self-will, you'll send yourself to hell. And hell's not a place. Hell's the word knowledge. Bis, bathos, and busos all mean knowledge. Abyss, Revelation 9:11. Remember, president, blind 11, the corporate president, 4 plus 5 is 9, skip Job, plus 4 plus 7 is 11. Can you do any math? One bet, came out of a laboratory, it came out of some bowl of soup in Wuhan. I don't know, both the G Whiz, and that's where the whole thing started, right? Brought to you by Mr. Warp Speed. But we don't want to talk about that, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. They do it all in front of you. See, I told you they put it in everything. You skip Joe, 4 plus 6. How did that work? No, you can't do that. That's exactly what the scripture says. I told you that on this ministry. The king would stand down and Joe would take over. It's a biblical, scriptural portion of this worldly things that you are seeming to miss, that these two family members, they're family related. The Bidens, remember, arrested the Trumps, or Trump, but whatever. The names were changed to protect everywhere. It used to be the Great Sea, right? Now it's the Mediterranean Sea, but you don't study any of these things. So you should take and pay attention where you put your treasure. Remember, you could leave it on this rock. You know, if he pulls you out of here as he's the snare and it comes out of your pockets, you're not going to have any when you get there, huh? Hope that you're putting your treasure in these heavenly realms, these things after death. Life insurance is not a thing. I'm talking about afterlife insurance, not for your children, not your legacy, but for you. When you stand there, before the mediator, hopefully, and not without, because otherwise the wages of sin under the old law testament was death. Remember, they fee, fine, all these things. Father had all these things. He don't like fees or fines. Remember, he turned over the money changer tables because they were the conversion rate. You know, now we're been taking money from every single nation, this corporation, forcing them, like the money changers of Scripture, where he turned over and whipped the people selling the doves. Remember, he had out for 2 turtle doves at the altar. Remember, you couldn't bring all these things with you if you came to Israel. You had to come back three times a year. And Israel in Scripture right now is not that place over there in the desert. It's all flesh under this covenant. So I rebuke that apostate nation with Mr. Warp Speed at the helm, allowing in the genocide of the Palestinians. That's Gaza. That's where the Anunnaki giants David. Remember, he was from the house of David, born of Bethlehem. So was David. So, yeah, that's where the Gaza, that's where he said he was going to buy Gaza. His son, Kushner, said, oh, we're going to go down there. No, that's the year before. This make great beachfront property. Go to the wilderness, scout out. David slayed an Anunnaki. Now people have turned this into a space farce story where they've got some Anakin Skywalker thinking God's in the sky. Darth Maul and Vader, Luke, I am your father. He said, call no man father. Call no man Papa is Pope or Dad or Father. So we know that whole heathenist Catholicism is Satanism. That's Apollyon, the sun god. See, they're all on the same team. You just couldn't distinguish the dragon from, well, the red devil from the white devil. Which devil are you going after? Oh, I thought that was good and evil. No, they're not. Both of those are the devil. Whether that's your kitty, red, leotarded, hey, you got to be careful with their, pronouns now. What they do to kids, cut off, Jack's button, sew it on Jill. So let me let me see they them titties, booby Jesus. Hey, that's proper pronoun. We make sure we got to cover ourselves here on the ministry, so we're not offending these people that can't lose. They're like they get a trophy generation. Yeah, I said let me see they them titties, right? Well, baby Jesus, the one that he has his house decorated with the God of three genders, they'd marinate the man in sex and eat his mass flesh, human flesh. That's cannibalism, right? I was a snake before you let me in. Put the Biden. Remember his buddy Biden? Come on, play poker so my buddies can get rich. Remember Pfizer, number one single selling product drug dealer on this rock, Mr. Warp Speed himself, the creator of that Pfizer jab. So put the blame? No. Paint the tea kettle black? No, it's already. Call it like it is. Don't sit there and beat around the bush. He said, don't hide that light in a bushel in a basket. So share it with others. If people can't do math and can't skip Joe and, Uno, play a game of cards, hey, 52 pickup, they probably think there's 12 months in a calendar year. It's not 2025 and there's not 52 weeks. What the hell are you talking about? You're an idiot. You're a child and you don't know these yuga cycles, and they know the super cycles. They know all these things. They know the word better than all these religions combined. Wise, he wants you to be wise as a serpent. Remember this halo over the head? That's that crown. Have you ever seen a crown? Like kind of like Kronos, the crown, like the halo around Saturn. Remember they thought the sun was dying and they prayed to Saturn because they thought they could slow the sun at the equinox. Anyway, they're celestial. Try to change anybody, brother, sister. Not possible. Can't turn a goat into a sheep. Was already chosen from the validation of the world who will be vessels of wrath and who by self will have their names blotted out in that book of life. But remember the book of remembrance. Don't forget about that one. Only those who fear the Lord. He said, fear not, only God's flock. He don't love everybody, right? He's an all-loving God, but he don't love everybody, right? He came back to fulfill the Gentile nation, not just Jews, fake over there in the middle of the desert in Israel. That's not the Israel that Scripture and Revelation speaks of. So I rebuke, once again, genociding, no foreign entanglements. Let vengeance be mine. Remember his favorite, Israel? He allowed them to bore. Heavens, his favorite class. The heavens are not somewhere in the above your head. God's not above your head. Never been above your head. The firmament's above your head. It marks the handiwork of the Father. Remember, read the book of Psalms. I mean, you couldn't distinguish from up from down. Earth's not below your feet. When it talks about earth, that's not in the Scripture. Or let me tell you, are you one of these people spinning around on a block? Well, they say you're in the third dimension. When I think geometry, I have kind of a level of math and geometry. That's part of it. What do you think of a third dimension? You think something, restrained within a box, like a cage, right? Oh, wait, it's a ball. Okay, you're spinning on a block or a ball. You tell me in the third dimension, rocked from the sun, right? Corkscrewing and spinning. Yet the moon's in the same place every 18 years, and the constant constellations are always have forever since time immemorial. Well, since the beginning are still there. Shut up. You're spinning around. The Hebrew word to pervert is it's frower. That's to warp or spin or twist through time and space, right? Space is space above your head. If you think space is above your head, you probably think it's 2025 and you can get out of my space. That's so yesterday. That's not how this works. And I don't do ball, flat, round. I don't sit there talking about shapes in here. If you start talking about flat and round, you're going to tell me who you're sticking your square peg and who's round hole. I don't want to hear it. It don't fit to begin with. It don't fit here. Stop being a child. Stop talking about shapes, spinning around on blocks and balls and one bet. So. No, it's not 2025. So stop being an idiot, you lunatic. You like your blending, huh? He said, do not marry truth to a lie, right? Don't add. Remember, the eye is the lamp of the body. Light, dark, oil, water, don't mix. So stop it. You're a child. Get out of here. You're a lunatic is what you are. You remember the Gregorian calendar? I was talking about the time where they valued a piece of silver and gold. Oh, silver's like gold. That's a backup channel. Where did we put our piece of silver? All right, well, hey, silver. All right, hey, we're back. We're doing it live. All right, hey, we're back. We're doing it live. Well, remember the sun used to be quite yeller, like old yeller, and now it's what color? It's not you. It's not you. It's not CO2. The smallest trace gas of all the gases in the pure hydrogen, the most abundant CO2. It's the sun. So if I say the sun is this color or draw it as this, you'll think it's the moon. But anyways, remember they're both their own light source, the sun and the moon. Isn't that a beautiful? Tells us that in the book of Genesis. It separates the day, the night from the dark from the light, correct? Just like he, the horizo, the divider. Those two thieves, two witnesses he said he'd send, right? Careful, they'll steal your inheritance. By self, your biggest enemy is you. I am my own enemy. Biggest by self. So, anyways, let's go back to the thread count. Remember, you had to offer 2 turtle doves at the altar. Romans, they love orgies and they love sex. And you ever see, I am Maximus. You ever see that movie? I think that's what it was called. Sparta. I don't know what it was called. They showed you what they did there. They were man, beast, and woman rituals. They loved to have sex with animals. It was their bestiality ritual that they did. You know, maybe that's where they got mange from. Mange? You know, like baby manger Jesus. You know, let me see they, them, booby, titties, Jesus. See they, them. She, they, them. We're doing pronouns. Remember, you got to speak, you know, parables and idioms and, you know, these people are all kinds of different weird vendor genders. They're cyborgs now. We'll upload your conscience Jiminy Cricket to the Starlink web cloud. Heads in the cloud. God's in the sky. They couldn't tell the clock. They think you can go into the clock. They think it's 2025. They're idiots. They're lunatics. Remember the Gregorian calendar, right? The lunar calendar. They blended the pagan calendar with the lunar calendar. You know, silver's like gold. So 2-stroke. All right. Hey, he's a 2-pump chump. Careful, these guys. Thanks for coming in, Kinetic. That's most guys. I'm not paid. Like, I know you're like a 2-wheel thug, not like that. I got you. Remember, you ever heard the 2-pump chump? Anyways, moving on. They'll do the ring around their rosies. Come on. Come here, honey. Let me put in just the tip. This is the government. Let me put in just the tip. They'll do the just the tip ritual. Remember the ring around rosy, 7 ladies and a cock rocket tip right to the, I'll give you a trip to the moon, Alice. So, are you feeling a little sparky today? No, it's a rocket, like the Kmart, you know, the ride. Maybe it's the horsies of Revelation. Your pronouns are handsome and awesome. Cool. All right, but mine are she, and let me she, they, them titties. It fell off. No, I cut it off. Kind of had to, you know, remember they covered itself with sackcloth and ashes and, you know, I'm in that time. So just trying to let Father, if my son is dead, he's dead. If he's alive, he's alive. I've got 6 felonies now trying to, you know, use my constitutional right to protect him. And that's not helping. I've had a stroke, you know, concussion, and my breath is nearly choked the other day. You know, how many people die in their sleep from respiratory failure or heart failure where their lungs or their heart fills up with fluid? I was freaking that close. I couldn't even get my breath back. I was choking on my own fluids. But this is part of my test, like I said. So I've just needed some change in my life, man. Nothing. I'm even more backwards today than I was, 369, 70 days ago. So, oh well. I prefer the beard. To be honest with you, I don't like not having facial hair, but I need change. It's okay. I hadn't done this since I was a teenager. You know, I've always shaved my before I went in the military, and so I've always either had a mustache or goatee or something. I don't do well with having a face. You know, when I was 30 and looked like I was 15, you know, or whatever. I've always had more of a, I guess it's the jawline or whatever. I don't like my face, but anyways, they sure tried to blow it off, didn't they? Take out his sight and his hearing, and well, if he can't, then I can't breathe. We'll hit all his senses and make him try to get him to come out with that gun so we can kill this constitutionalist that won't shut up about our illegal activities and our farmers. They run the cops out here. So, anyways, let's get back to the lesson, and that's why the beard is part of this. Just need change, Father's not allowing. I don't want to make any plans because he'll crush them. So, all right. The one thing you can do and know that gold and silver has never gone to zero. So he takes everything from me, and that's okay. Remember 5 years ago, everything was taken off this property, or 6 years ago, I had to start out from scratch all over again. He's done that to me so many times. 40 pounds of silver, gone. I said, go into the safe because I need you to get my son out. You're sitting there playing games with me, but don't touch my retirement. Gone, all of it. So that's normally what happens. Give somebody an inch, they'll take a mile. But remember, they will not escape judgments. I seek no vengeance of no man, and they can take everything from me. I don't want anything anymore. I want to die. I'm so excited to get rid of this meat suit. But I have to endure to the end to be saved. So I can never and never would have already done it many times, years ago. I'm a veteran, for Christ's sake. 22 of us take some form of early out, the sucker route, and cash out early. Now, that don't add up because you have to endure to the end if you want to be saved. So if my things, you're not going to be there. You take life when you're not supposed to. If Father, obviously, you repent, you do what it is. And many people, remember, Paul was a mass murderer of Christians. Okay, we've all done it. You can covet and commit sin, and sin is a sin to Father. So I'm not condoning or anybody's done anything, or there are ways that we displease Father that are, he don't look at it that way. You break his law, you break his law. Okay, he's not. And thank you, Father, for not binding by this old physical law. This I am destined, not bound by this. They're not even following law in this country. If they were following law, then why the fuck isn't our money gold and silver? This country forcing people for 50 plus years to pay for oil. We are the money changers of Scripture. So they don't want you to know this, and they'll attack people like me. They attack Christ. Remember, they yoked him, they staked him and made him carry a yoke, and they raised him on a tree, stretched him back so he couldn't breathe. Why do you think they keep doing all these I can't breathe rituals? It's all about what they did to Christ. It was all about crucifying a man, stretching him as far as you could back. That's what Christ is doing to me. That's what Father's doing to me. I get up sometimes, I don't even want to breathe. I told you, I want this flesh to be gone. I want to fall into death, but I will not, because I have to be like a soldier, like a cowboy, like a farmer, like old, you have to do it daily. You have to get up. You can't stop doing it. There's things that are dependent, your life, this ministry is part of this for me. So I'm not going to take the sucker route. And I know that one word alone is what I get up and he runs it through my face every day, just beats me. Endure if you want to be saved. Endure if you want to be saved. If you love me, I don't care. You're going to do what I tell you. You hear me? And I do it. So he's the one who lifts me, picks me up, carries me, gives me the wings, the wind in my sail, so I can fly to just one more day. So that's why I do this calendar. He says not to do this. Don't do any of this. If the calendar's perverted, speak up about it. If you see something, rebuke it with light. Bring it that, broad way over to the narrow way with his word, period. I don't care what they do to me. I don't care what, I can't worry about what they've done to my son or my daughter. I have to know that Father has his hands covering both of them. And if they've suffered, then so be it. Their healing will be healed on the other end. And whoever caused that wrong, even if it was him, It's purpose. It serves purpose. I can't, in our lives, we forget that he, sometimes he's beaten us, and it might be 10 years later before that comes to pass. Oh, that's what that was about. Yeah. Everything's not right in front of you like a stop sign, you should be able to see the signs like a sign. That's that sign where most signs are ahead of things to come, right? And that's what he does. He beats us for prognosco, foreknowledge of. He knows what he's doing ahead of time, and he does these things after his own pleasure. He does what he beats us for his own pleasure, and he does it because he knows what he's doing. He's good at what he does. He's perfect, sovereign, and I question him, and I am filthy rags for doing that. I'm impatient with him, and quick to judgment. That's the word orge. I'm quick to judge his doings in my own life. So who am I to say what's going on with my son? I don't give a crap. Who am I? Well, whatever. We're supposed to stand against it. At least that's what I'm doing. I'm using my constitutional right, and I'm showing you where. So I don't think anything I've done out of line, whether they throw me in prison for the rest of my life and I have to spend my days with the people who probably need the word more than anybody, than people here on the outside. You know how many people are sitting in a private or, some kind of prison that are truly not guilty, because 98.5% of cases in this corporation take a plea to agree to please extort my merchant number. Please, I agree to allow you to let you extort my bond, my capital letter, my credit by birth, my contract in capital letters, just like my it's credited to my card, my Social Security card. This is all part of this corporation, not constitutional republic. So fuck this country. And if you don't stand up for it, and I apologize, it's the only right I have left is somebody has to be in this belly of this beast, the most unsafe place to be on this rock. I'm going to use my right. Congress gave it to me. Actually, it's a protected, God-given, natural, organic law of the land. If somebody's not shouting, fire in a theater and inciting violence, leave them alone. Stop. You can't force anybody to be a goat or a sheep, and you can't make anybody do anything. People think I'm trying to change people. I'm not changing people. The thing that is being done is he tells me I have to show people the light. I have to put it at the top of my house. He's the one who makes me say it. So he's the wind in my sail. You don't like it? Don't shoot the angel. It's the same word. Angelos is messenger. You've heard the term messenger? Well, Christ visited John at the island of Patmos and gave him these revelation, these messages. So you might want to get with the times where we're at in history. We're not some 2025, some corkscrewing on a block, ball spinning, at warp speed or 1,040 miles an hour through time and space. God's not in the sky. Heaven's not in the sky. Dead people don't go to the sky. Earth's not below your feet. Hell isn't a place. It's the word knowledge, and you apparently lack it. And that's not my fault. He made me chase time and trade it for bis knowledge instead of chasing paper payments or silver or gold. I can't imagine the masses of, hordes of precious metals that I might have instead of spending $200,000 that my family took on survival gear, things for America ever after, things for these exact days that we're in now, that it's not, look, Truth Viral television, these things I told you through this platform, half a dozen channels for a dozen years or more, on this platform. I've been sending this light out to you so you can see prognosco, foreknowledge, like a sign. I can't sit there and tell you something if it's already happening and send you a warning. How's that? How can I be a messenger? I'm not doing it. He makes me do it. So don't worry about what I'm doing. Worry about others around you that are in the narrow way. And if not, show them. If they're in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. That's what we're here to do. It's not rocket science. Nobody's going to the moon and nobody's going to stars above your head. There's a clock, and you have a certain amount of time to do what it is that you are here. He's the judge. He will judge you and knows the secrets of your heart, your intentions that no man can see. So you better get with the times. Everybody is going to pass through that book of judgments. There's a natural law of this land. I don't care how many hominoid species have walked this rock, Denisovan, Cro-Magnon. I don't do their dumb time clock. Freedom, dum. You telling me there's freedom in this country? This is the most unsafe nation to be on this rock. Don't go to Mexico. That's the best time to go to Mexico. Hey, hola, amigo. Come on in. ¿Cómo está? They treat you like going to the carnival or, going to Disneyland and, nobody's there. It's kind of like the Walmart when they had 24-hour shopping, huh? Vidco 2.0. Here we go, huh? My Ebola. They've been doing this since the H1N1. Bird flu, swine flu. Get out of here. Afraid, fear. Only fear the Lord, brothers and sisters. Be not anxious. Father wrote all things. Man, I got to change a single person on this rock. He already chose from the foundation of the world his bride. And he wrote this agape, this Shem. He says, when I return, no one will know my authority, my law, my agape, my law, and I will create a new one. So we screwed this one up. Forward, Hebrew, twist, warp, changed, or perverted it. So you think you got it right? I'm still studying it day after day. I want to make sure I don't change a jot. That's what he said. I'll deal with those people who do. These are the false teachers. These are the scorpizzos. These are the ones that cause my sheep, my flock to scatter. So get with the word. Stay in it. Be not of this world. Come out of her, my people, he said. I'm going to leave this place. I'm going to go to where my Father's house is at. I'm going to prepare a place. I'm going to come back and receive you. And he's been preparing that place for over 2,600 years, and he's not done preparing yet either. Me, I, you, all of us are going to be part of this judgment at the seventh trump. Final shofar. Ram's horn. David declared him the Lamb of God. That makes Father the Ram. Aries, the tabernacle, the place of rest in the firmament. The stars. Okay? Heaven's not above your head. Heavens are the ruling class. Earth is the rule. Who rules all over you? Some calendar, ball god, some president, some man in some black robe that's trying to extort your merchant number, who works for the chief of finance, the prosecuting, who's prosecuting, the one that's getting you to give up your contract to the queen that you already actually know. You already contracted. You're saying, yes, that's me. I'm in all capital letters. I'm an American. I can't even take care of my own finances, so you're going to do it for me, and I agree that you'll be able to extort my bargain. Well, you'll gain. You'll take a plea, and they'll gain. Every time in these 98.5% of cases in this, only what? Well, actually 3% go to trial, but 1.5% of those end up taking this agreement to plea out and agree to let them extort your merchant number. It's what it is. Some people call it a straw man. Well, that's the movie they made about you. You can't take care of yourself if you only had a brain. Remember the Cowardly Lion? And then they had the straw man. That's you. That's your merchant number. You're part of this, capital letter straw man. This is your stand-in, like a scarecrow. They've got it there for you so you can be extorted, and then you pay to let them extort this merchant number under this corporation. This has been going on since the 1800s. Nobody wants to speak up about it. Things go on for thousands of years sometimes. People allow it to be. Remember, we had even just during, people got all with the, hey, Time Magazine's Man of the Year, we love it. So they're doing it again. They reselected Barry, a known homosexual, and then Mr. Warp Speed. I encourage you to do the we all are structured differently, men and women in the military. I was we have different standard. Police officer, we're not structured the same. We're not built the same, whether giantism or dwarfism. So you can start with Ivanka, or is it Melina? Is that his daughter, or which one? I can't remember. Either way, it don't matter. Maybe it's Melinda, like Mr. Broadway Wide Gates, Kill Bill Broadway Wide Gates. Careful, remember, he just had a meeting with him, Mr. Warp Speed. Remember, they got this 48-hour jab now. You're going to get the wall. You got the jab. Now it was you were going to get what? Pull out of Ukraine. Oh, hey, here we go with just the top ritual. Oh, but instead he rammed back now another, what, $1 billion? Hey, Mr. Peace President turned out to be Mr. War President, didn't he, huh? Mr. Blind 11. So they know what they're doing. Don't worry about it. They've got this. Father created them to be vessels of wrath, to create and test his bride by self. They'll have their name blotted out only by self. Remember, you're not going to get in the way of this. The best thing you could do is be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. Don't sit there like a duck in a pond. Wings of an angel. So careful, Mr. McScrooge, Mr. Moneybags, Duck Tails. Oh, Duck Goose. You tell me. Like on a silver platter. So, all right. Thank you, Father. This is what helps me through this time. I can't imagine what I would do without this word. He pushes this through my brain like a freight train, and it never stops running. It's just like it's actually like the whole station. We got all the trains constantly. It's like actually it's air traffic control because I want to be like a bird and fly away. As I told you, this flesh is a burden. So it keeps me weighted down here. Not gravity. There's no such thing as gravity, child. It's magnetics, polarity. It's electricity. It's electric, not YMCA. All right. I'm enjoying myself here a little too much, I guess. So anyways, let's go back to the any signs that has a whiteboard on it. Whiteboard on it is optional. Okay. Nice, good stuff there. And any flag that has fringe gold around it is at war, right? So let's remember. Here we go around, and circles are around a square like a block or a ball. Hey, borders, man. He's coming across the border. He's not from here. He's illegal. Oh my God, it's an alien. And it's an illegal alien. That's just a word. Stop it. Stop turning aliens into species. Stop turning jots into planets. He said, don't add a jot. That's like a period. Now they created this word planet. A whole ball. I mean, imagine the inflation on that. Like that's the expansion of the money supply when Trump took office, right? $8.8 trillion, 10 and a half years, largest expansion ever in this American corporation. So they'll extort your merchant number. Let them do it. Go ahead. Say, hey, I am capital letters. Go ahead. Take a plea bar gain. Take a gain for the bar in that bond that they sell on the Treasury Stock Exchange bond is how they are taking money from your birth contract, Social Security card, your card. You've been played. Remember 52 pickup? 12 weeks or months in a year. We go around and around in this circle again and again and again, like the goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper around the North Star, right? There's not a goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper around the North Star. Gravity. It's called polarity. There's no such thing as a North Pole. You're an idiot. Stop it. You know nothing about magnetics. Stuck on you. I got this feeling down deep in my soul that I just can't lose. And I'm on. All right, we can't sing. I didn't get no pipes, darn it. But hey, there's a magnet. It's electric. Is gravity keeping that stuck to that metal right there? Is that what's keeping that? That's gravity, right? That's doing that, gravity. What happens when you take a copper and you wrap it around a magnet, a cylindrical magnet, and you spin it around in a circle? What's it make? It's electric, baby! That's called a generator, a toroidal field. But anyways, hey, you know that copper is acts as a brake? You need an accelerant and you need a brake, and then you can warp speed. All right? You can. I got a secret. Spin it in circles, and it'll, if you can cancel the gravity, we'll use your silly little word, then you could float around, huh? Cancel the gravity, and it would come up off like a hoverboard, huh? Oh, like Back to the Future. All right. All right. No, hey, it was a movie. Hey, don't be playing silly little movie reindeer games with me. Remember? What was that? Santa's Got Hose? No, Christmas Story. You'll shoot your eye out, kid. Come here, Red Rider. That's we're in the Rider of Revelation, the Red Rider, the horse, red horse, are we not? Anybody disagree? Probably not. Probably don't know where we're at in Revelation, do you? We are in the last book, in case you forgot. Remember, it's not 2025. The scripture tells me the time that we're in. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament declares his handiwork. So it's already declared we're welcome to the new age. We're in the book of the apocalypse. It's the stars that already told me where we're at in scripture. So don't think I'm tripping. Because if you cause one, he said, to stumble, it'd be better to have a millstone. a millstone tied around your neck and to be cast into the sea. So I've made, obviously, before fishers and men, never bringing people to all that nonsense. What are you doing? I got my puppy here. Man, we should get over this darn respiratory thing, but it just keeps getting worse. So, been having to deal with this stupid right side of my face leaking now. Hey, it's better than, getting all clogged up and waking up 3 in the morning early in the witching hour, right? Choking on your own. Okay, so take a magnet, put copper around it. Oh, that's the CERN Hadron Colliders. I know. Shh, I got a secret. They're not hiding it. Remember, they came out of the cave, closet, tunnel. Remember the Shiva? Oh my goodness, it just keeps. Boy, this stream is getting crushed. That good old sun. This guy disrespects veterans. Be quiet, King. You're an idiot. Veterans are swine, filthy tyrants. So you're okay with the people in America standing on an X and wearing a face diaper and closing down their business while people die. American veterans rape people, children in other countries, and they shut up about that. And you're okay with us going on and slaughtering women and children during war so people could stand on an X? Shut up. You're an idiot. You wouldn't know anything about being a veteran. Even if you are, you're an 8 up. Well, twice as 8 up. You're 16 up. So, yeah, pound sand there, soldier. If you ain't no soldier. You ain't no veteran, so they didn't even speak up. The founding, writers of the Constitution, remember, there was no foreign entanglements. We're against this covenant. Let vengeance be mine. You're an idiot. I rebuke you, child. Remember, narrow is the path. So you can, there's one way, or you can go to the broad way. Which way are you going? So you're still in here, King. Pound sand. 50 plus years we forced every nation and slaughtered their women and children and their greatest, finest of the finest, men, and send them off to would you send your daughter off to go fight for Trump's Israel? Would you send them to go kill people in Iran? Shut the fuck up, man. You're an idiot. You have a protected constitutional right that Congress gave you, a natural law of the land to speech. And I'm not going to allow you to talk shit in here. So take your shit somewhere else. There are 2 girls in a cup. Leave your shit at the door. When I'm teaching, come here as an empty sponge. And you're going to teach the teacher. And I'm not saying I know everything. If you think you know everything, like I said, leave it at the door. I'm not asking you to unlearn what you know. Leave your shit at the door. Pick up whatever shit you think I'm picking up. You can put it back down in your sponge and wring it out through your filter somewhere else there. Child. Tell me. Slaughtered nations, made them feed them with the SWIFT system for over 50 years and made them find them like a fucking mafia. You're going to pay, you hear me? You're going to play or pay. That just sounds like the current mafia in chief right now, who he just said to the world. Started terrifying our own fucking allies, you child. You're the king of your own wonder. You Stevie Wonder, you're blind as a bat. Go back to your Burger Queen, king. Eat your Whopper. How about that for a Whopper? Yeah, he said eat the meat. Eat your 1,000 burgers. You're filthy swine. Go eat your pork somewhere else. You're low energy. Take it somewhere else. This is what he did. He cast out the unclean. You want the truth. You can't handle. That is the word aletheia. Yeah, heck yeah. To disrespect myself to sit there and serve this beast system and you're okay with it, and women and children are dying in our own fucking country, and we sent $300 billion to kill women and children in Ukraine. Are you okay with that? You have a job? Did you fill out a W-2, tax dollar, corporate merchant number? Did you get all that there, straw man, tin man? Oh, are you over there on that dab pen? I just need a little dab oil and I'll be Scooby-Doo, a little dabble-doo. I'll be okay. I just need a little oil. Come on there, tin man. You're an idiot. Go somewhere else. Go try to cast, your truth bombs. You're a liar. We have destroyed nations with the SWIFT system and made everybody pay, every nation. If they did not pay with oil, look at what happened to Gaddafi. He got raped, drug around on a string. behind a vehicle. You like that? Look at what he did. That country was a near Garden of Eden. So you don't know anything about this country or what we do outside these borders. You're one of these people that think the United Corporation is the good guy. We're the bad guy outside this. We're the fucking mafia. Raping nations, veterans going and never hear of these things that veterans do overseas to these women and children. Quiet. Take an oath to a contract. You're not supposed to talk about that. Fuck this uniform code of military justice. I'm not under that. I don't care what contract I sign when I ETS my service. Whatever bullshit. I don't contract with tyrants. Although I may have made a mistake, I'm not going to sit there and keep making the same tripping over it again. Remember, he says, if you cause one mind to stumble, the other have a millstone tied around your neck and cast into the sea. We'd have a navy. We have cut off the supply chain. How do you think we've ruled this nation? Because we have the largest navy, you idiot. You don't know nothing about military. You little simple game of checkers, chess. No, chess is not checkers, you idiot. Little skip and a jump, you. It's a 5D game of chess war. We've been at war since our inception. So I don't like your toning here, okay? Isabel. Go eat some Taco Bell, all right? I don't want to taco about with you. You're swine. I don't eat carnitas, tacos, or El Pastor, or adobada. Oh, no, I eat carnitas. I don't eat adobada or El Pastor. Or camarones. You can scrimp your way out of here. All right, enough of this, child. We're a filthy swine country. We're not a country. We're a corporation, and people sell out by their merchant number, allowed to be extorted their bond or merchant number. They agree to take a gain for the bar. The bar is the one who gains by extorting that merchant number. This happens in open circuit, administrative, and territorial courts, or both administrative, not judicial courts across this corporation. It's not a country. So the sooner you get with the times, you might understand and you might speak up about this. Yes, it's still going on today, whether you like it or not. Where are these biblical and, logistical, law, enforcement? Where are people on this? If these people actually cared about these enforcers, they would return this to a constitutional republic. Let me give you one example. Fuck this country. The Treasury is supposed to be minting our money, not paper payments in gold and silver. Fuck America, a nation that traded its minerals for paper payments. You don't know anything that you're talking about. So get out of here there, Genji. You just fucking got smashed by gold and silver. You're an idiot. Fuck off. Chump clip the copper penny just like they did during World War II. And the nickel, 14 cents. What the fuck you worry about getting rid of the penny? The nickel costs 14 cents to make. Their rusty bucket. Go take your musk dustpan and get in your little electric car and go 500 miles fucking away from me. They could go 1,000 miles on a single charge. Yep. How do you think you make stainless steel? Mr. Stanley Rust Bucket, Dust Sweeper Pan? Get out of here. You stink like musk. Boring. You've been had. Chump, you're a warp speed merchant numbers. All you are. You've been merchandised. You're fucking Chuck E. Cheese. They put a token in you and you act like a robot. Yep. You're a corporate slave is what you are to the debt system. Most freest country in the world. How come everybody's in debt? We are the largest debtor nation. In 73, we're the largest creditor nation. Get with the times. 1973, we started forcing every motherfucking nation to pay for oil. Shut up about the gold. We're not going to talk about all the gold in Fort Knox with the Navy. Remember, our military, army, we're going to guard it. Yeah, let's go back in time. Let's remember France came over and said, hey, we want all our gold back, right? They didn't even get their gold back, remember? Well, how long did it, and then they didn't even get the gold back they put in the vault in 1945 and 1971. Richard Nixon hit the brakes, said, oh shit, suspended the convertibility of the dollar. So fuck you. You have not been able to go into the bank and get your gold or silver since 1971, child. So don't tell me anything about this disgusting, filthy fucking nation. Because since that time, remember, you could say, nope, I don't trust you. Banks, I'm going to become my own bank. So you don't know anything about it. You don't know anything about money. You think money is paper payments or 010101 on a computer. So this is what it's about. People think that money is, paper or some, 0 or 1 or a bit or some coin, or they're tokenized is what they are. That's where they're taking this digital system. They're going to credit score everybody and tokenize them. They don't see it coming a million miles away. Remember, the big money always moves first. They just took 200,000 right pounds of gold and brought right back here to the U.S. Remember, Mr. Warp Speed, he was going to audit the Fed. Steady Blue Pal's bubble, and now he's going to audit Fort Knox. Remember 1945? They put all that. That's not even, you don't play no games, do you? Checkers, chess, that military strategically, that's not, I don't know, a game of Risk, War, Battleship. These people like play little silly reindeer games. You don't put all your eggs in one basket. That's kind of the nice thing about this metal, as opposed to this metal. That's the ratio now is coming under 100. This used to be 1-to-1 at the time of Rome, but you don't put all your eggs in one basket. Well, that's nice. It smashes a massive amount of purchasing power. It's what it'll buy you, not people. This is what they call the yellow metal and the white metal in most countries. Some places call this money. But I won't talk to the chat because I see we have some idiots in here that don't know what money is. They think money is some paper or 0 or 1 on a digit on a screen. Money created out of thin air, a paper contract. So, but anyways, how many of these pieces of paper? The guy is like a cakewalk, like musical chairs. How many paper contracts, SLV, GLD. But anyway, they don't know anything about that. All right, let's go back to, because we're trying to give you again, eventually we'll have to go back to the lesson about how many thread count in Rome, that they valued these 1-to-1, the steak dinner. You could take your lady out and buy her a bottle of wine for 1 ounce of gold. But it's about ratio. The gold ratio, remember, is 8-to-1. Well, God's ratio that they dig this up and 8 of these comes up with it. This is actually a byproduct of mining base metals like copper, ore, zinc. Remember I told you this metal over here, nickel. Well, it's the nickel that makes things stainless. So I think they're telling you about Mr. Rusty Dustpan in his muskrat stinky thing that couldn't even go 500 miles. And they had a car, an electric car. You wrap a magnet with copper and spin it around, makes electric, a toroidal. This stuff is not rocket science. But these people want Rocky Horse ride like a cock rocket. I mean, a double stuffed Oreo from Big Bob from front and behind, and his buddy, like at a quarter. Not a silver quarter that's worth like $6, or something, 28 times face. But 4 of those is $1. So whatever, 28 divided, whatever it is. So like you put one of these in the Kmart and you get that horsey ride, or you get that rocket ride, but and you pay for that in this corporation, and it should have been. These people think this country's okay, but remember, Mr. Warp Speed just clipped the penny. The copper penny. They did that during World War I and World II. Remember, now a nickel, not a war nickel, because remember, a nickel has, 35% silver from 42 to 45, because they took the nickel out. They needed it for war. Copper for war, for the casings and the never mind. These people know nothing about war. They're checkers. They play checkers like a simple game, like kind of like tokenized, or like a lottery or some ticket, like a little scratch it or something, a scratch and sniff. Here, play the poker, get the sticker, like the scratch and sniff sticker. They've been updated and boosted and warp speed. So anyways, hey, let's go back to this nickel war. Remember, they cornered the nickel market. Who cornered the nickel? They almost shut the whole precious metal sector and the whole base metal and the whole, remember, silver, was used for thousands of years. Well, for the last, I don't know, it's the lifeblood of the military industrial complex. It's not oil. It's not the lifeblood, right? Oil's just, they trick you. They've had anti-gravitics, remember, Antiquitech, Tartaria, all these things you don't know anything about. What's your past at all? Obviously, you don't remember that they forced every nation since the Bretton Woods Agreement, remember, brokered us off. Henry Kissinger, like Harry and the Hendersons, like Bigfoot. Hey, I got proof of Bigfoot. I do. I got proof of Bigfoot. Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok. It's on Harry and the Hendersons. So, but anyways, remember, the value of this metal is what it would buy you, not a piece of paper. Remember, it was Jamie Dimon, shining bright like a diamond. Look at this, Mexican American. Go take your Adderall somewhere else and your Trazodone, and go get your Spazodone out of here. Okay. People are seriously in America. They got the hand cramped remote. Remember, they did their Super Happy Time show. There's A minor with their symbolism and their, playing them like a card, like a game, like a controller. Who's her controller? All right, but remember, who's in control? Father's got this. Don't worry, he creates morally. Most people go to hell, vessels of wrath fitted for destruction, from the foundation of the world. So Father, he didn't love everybody. He didn't love the Gentiles, and he loved Esau. He killed his brother and stole his inheritance, Nimrod. This is all about an inheritance. So I don't care about shiny dirt, by the way. We're just doing this to add, we have to, like Timothy says, to faith. So hallelujah, legs on faith, that's the word believe, verb, action word, not noun. Faith is a noun, believe is a verb. So you can't believe in God, can't believe in Jesus, can't be saved. God doesn't love everybody. Most people go to hell. Get the hell out of here. Get out of my space. Face is not a thing. Shut the hell up. Hell's not up or down. Stop it, child. Child is the number 7. Well, to be matured, so you don't know anything about, they do this all by the number. Hold on, my puppy, who's never stole or cheated or lied to me ever once, needs some attention. I love this big guy. He's 13 years old, and we got the other pup in here with the dad, too. So, anyways, all right. Hey, where do you put your treasure? Man's best friend, right? How about Mr. Stinky Muskrat, Mr. E-God? Are you serious? Like the dog star? Gingy is on meth. Guys, isn't that terrible? And that's terrible because they could put a pinhead or just a fraction of that fent. Mr. Warp Speed brought the fent in with Mr. Ping. Like, oh, wait, let's do that. Let's ping the silver because we should do that. And we'll go back to the lesson. Mr. Ping, remember when he came to Chinatown? Hey, the dragon. And then there'll be another sign in the firmament, a great red dragon. Remember when the dragon would be there to consume the child, the man, the one born of a virgin? Are you ready to go to your Walmart work camp? Take that there, Gingy. I'm sure they'll have some fent and meth for you in that camp too. So careful. It's pretty sad what they did to all those people in Chinatown. No, well, on the way to Chinatown, they cleaned up all the streets. Remember, it was covered with the fent and crap. Literally people out there. Imagine how many freaking motorhomes there was, and how many tents and all that. And well, kind of like the games over there during the winter, or well, the games in China, they cleaned up the streets overnight. So what do you got to say about there? What about those people? You care at all about anything, about any people, or just about fixing yourself, getting your own fix, like parlor tricks. You got your own fix, silly rabbit. Tricks are for kids. What do you have to say about their kind of cringe? It's not ginge. Think about what I just said. Speak up, child. Do you care about anything other than yourself and to fix yourself? I mean, these people were people. Who cares if they were even drug addicts? They were people. You want to talk about any of those people who disappeared? You don't care about anybody. Warp Speed, remember? Well, the parade route, how many flags were there that were red, white, and blue? Are you one of these prideful Americans, or one of these rainbow flags? There was a couple of those too. But it was all red, remember? On the parade route, well, I don't know. They paraded around, nobody, remember? A bunch of red and yellow flags. That's the dragon. And to clean up all that parade route, well, it wasn't up, they disappeared. How many people were unalived overnight? Or where did they go? Not any video evidence of how many. I used to do law enforcement and calling in a record because I did traffic crash reconstruction. Do you know what kind of record it takes to bring in for a motorhome? You can't just bring in a regular record. You know how many motorhomes were in the streets of San Francisco? We need to talk about this event because truly I put my treasure in out of these worldly things, but I know there's these events on this rock that make it seem like it's near impossible that I'm even here. When you can take the ratio of 100 to 1 on these things, this is not. Let's go back to these people, because where you put your treasure, and this is where I want to spend my time. You want to talk about this? You want to talk about drugs? Who's the biggest drug dealer on this rock? First, the government, you idiot. You know about the Hillary and Hillary Foundation, and remember all these Afghanistan? You know what that was about? I'm a veteran. So you going to speak about it? You speak about what we did over there in Afghanistan? How about Iraq? Remember, I talked about American U.S. veterans raping women over there and children, and nobody talks about these things. Oh, but we're a free country over here while everybody stands on the X, shuts down their businesses, and wears a face diaper, right? The whole ritual, and does this masquerading around as a free country that's the most indebted nation. Used to be the most creditor, now most indebted by bond slavery, because these banksters, not by gold and silver, are printing this money and feeding these top corporations, Fortune 500 companies, all these senators and pigs, people in government. So the biggest governments are the biggest drug dealers. Would you like to talk anything about that? Hello? Did you leave? McFly, your shoes untied. Don't be so gullible, you butthead. We'll do little movies for you. Maybe we'll do little movies. Maybe we speak up and like, oh, the movie's back on. We'll go to a commercial. We're broadcasting. That means to sow seeds. So what kind of seeds are you sowing? Seeds of darkness, seeds of light? You work in dark, you work in light. They used to plant by the moon. Are you a lunatic? Going by this Gregorian, Roman, pagan. Stop being a heathen. Learn not the ways of the heathen. Remember in the book of Jeremiah 10? Be not dismayed at the ways of the side of the firmament. You think I'm crazy because I'm talking about the stars and trying to tell you heaven's not above your head and earth's not below your feet and hell's not a place. It's actually knowledge. You lack it. Bis, Buzos, Bathos. Am I crazy? They told Noah he was crazy and scoffed at him for decades. Never even rained, and he was building a boat. Imagine that. You're supposed to be the ark. How'd that end up for the people on the other side when it started raining? So go ahead. Tell me I'm crazy. Tell me I'm on drugs. Give me some kind of label. If not, tell me I'm kind of some kind of lunatic in my head so you can put me on drugs. You're a drug dealer just like the fucking government. You know that, Gingy? Kind of cringe, isn't it? We should call it cringy. I don't know if it's he or her. I can't see their label, but who cares? Don't judge them by their cover. You know them by their fruit. You do works of darkness. You know that? You just got crushed by the Aletheia. So stop pushing drugs in here. You're a drug pusher, just like the governments. And yes, remember peeing, the fent? Who do you think brought in that? Then let's actually talk about the number one single selling drug on this rock ever, outpaced any block, rock, brick, mortar, real estate deal, was the Pfizer. And the king of the Pfizer jab would be Mr. Warp Speed. Creator of that jab was to, yes, record earnings in 2020, outpaced any real estate deal. You're not going back outside because you just went in 10 minutes. You're going to have to sit there and lay down. Hop up here on the couch. I know you're not getting paid attention. You're like having two girlfriends. Well, especially you. No, don't do come through. They're going to knock it over. So, yes, Liz, I try to get people to understand that in a communist form, like people think like they're going to bring people under digital communism. We are supposed to unite, come together, build. I've tried to do this for many times. But Father, many are called, oligos are chosen. So, his flock is small, and that a flock is, it's a herd. It's and it just doesn't work that way in this world. Again, I 100% agree with you because kingdoms and families used to stay together. Now not these rich families, but that was the norm. It wasn't like a bird, just kick them out as soon as they could fly. That's why they put up gold and silver, because they could have their families and give this wealth to their families on the same topic. So we're supposed to not be apart. We're supposed to unite. We're supposed to love thy enemy like thy neighbor, like thyself. But we're not supposed to sup with vipers or cast our pearls before swine, pigs, people in government, pigs, or whatever. They can be clown cops. But I'm saying, we have to go up for the right of the people. And we can actually, at this time, what I've been telling everybody, Liz, is if you'll just stop doing the system, you can stick it to the government by growing extra tomato plants, your own chickens with organic eggs, be creating your own power company, become empowered, get off their smart meters, be smart. That's stupid. They're not on the grid. They're disconnected, and that electric pole is going to power surge itself through the whole current, through the DC current that Tesla was talking about. I 100% agree. He wanted us to come together and to unite. You cannot spell community without you or I, like there's an I in Liz, right? See what I'm saying? See you, right? Liz, are we not? I try to tell people, get away from this stuff. Come together and form your own communities. I've already tried to do it for 10 years, but nobody wanted to join me, Liz. So don't think that there aren't people out there to try to live Christ-like. And remember, he was a Jewish carpenter. I build all these things. You live in a chicken shack and all these. I don't care what people think about this repurposed little temporary tabernacle that's probably going to get blown away by all the, wind from the sun and all that. This is my temporary place of study. Like I'm here. I'm not here as a permanent thing. And I'll move on. We'll see, Father, where he blows me, where the wind blows me. But hey, I got to build my ark because there's a poop storm coming, right? And you better hold on. You better be on the other side of the door because when it starts raining and flinging, the fan, It's not the end of the world. We got a ways to go. So a little play on words, but I totally understand. Communism is something that is not what people think in this modern day. Like liberal is not like people think left, and right's not like think right. They did. Mr. Warp Speed picked up all these right patriots, and Mr. Left just took them further to the left with Mr. Barry, the known homosexual. And I can't keep my nose off kids, and I wonder what happens behind closed doors. Are kids going to have a spelling bees or smelling bees when Biden gets in office? I don't know. He'll put the bite in. Remember, hey, play poker. Remember, scratch and sniff. Get the sticker so my buddies can get rich. Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, record earnings, mRNA. I stream sometimes 15, 16 hours a day. I don't get tired. I got 6 jobs. I work 2 jobs for the ministry, so I don't take a salary. I don't get paid. So I have work that I do off this ministry. Remember, I've been trying to create a yes. Oh my God, somebody's got it right. Hey, I like it when we hear truth. We're all going to die. Chicken Little, the sky is falling. But that's true. The sky's not falling. But we're all going to die. Isn't that a beautiful thing? I love this. I love it when people actually say some truth. People, you can't handle the truth. The word truth is aletheia, so they don't want it. You got to share it. If you got it, spread it to others. Hey, you said that last week, man. You told us that last week. We're all going to die. That's true. People die every day, man. Absolutely. Nobody said we're going to die about the magnetic field. I never said anybody was dying. Nobody was dying. I said to look up in the skies, you would see the magnetic field. I said it could affect and have radio blackouts. You're an idiot. You're one of these people who need to turn your hearing aid up or something. Nobody said anybody was going to die. It could affect people's cardiac arrhythmia. The heart rate, you can get erectile dysfunction, or you're sad, you're sitting there frowning down the ground. Hey, don't be sad. Don't look up. There, Nimrod. It could affect your cock. January, the honest God, with the rooster, pecker, it has a pecker. But anyways, hello, cardiac arrhythmia, that the rate of heart rates per minute. If people have problems and the sun does affect it, it can affect your genitals too. So you don't know what you're talking about. Get out of here. Nobody said anybody's going to die. Oh, I'm dying in here. Some of you guys are laughing. Hey, this guy's got, hey, don't be clown, point it down. Look up, paint your face, put a hat on. Like every morning, everybody's, hey, what are you doing up before me? All right. Early to bed, early to rise. So, all right, Chicken Little, the sky's falling, remember? Cock-a-doodle-doo? No, at least like a prostitute, any cock will do. But never mind, we shouldn't make fun of this guy. He thinks that I said the sky is falling, Chicken Little, we're all going to die. He did have that right, we're all going to die. That's truly, we're all by death, we all have that in common. Isn't that a beautiful thing? I said, it could. People, imagine how many people did. It could, remember, if you were close in your heart rate and it could affect the heartbeat beats per minute, you were slow, it could drag you, or too many, you could, you don't know anything about the heart, do you? Have a heart. Give a hoot. Don't pollute. Stop spreading your bullshit in here, please. Nobody said it was going to be the end of the world. We're all going to die. You're going to hear what you want. So again, either you're hearing, or you're just a brute beast in nature. You can't hear and you cannot be learned, and you're stubborn. You're like an ass. You have an unwillingness to be learned. So go somewhere else. And I never said that. All you people who do this, all the, throughout this years come in and like it's the end of the world. As we know it, and I feel fine. Where do you put your treasure? So we'll continue this conversation in a moment. We'll take a pause. I guess this dog, he wants to go out. I don't know what's going on with him. Are your animals acting a little strange? Jesus spoke about wealthy as sinfully, but many times, but homosexuality, never let them try meeting the basics before you start going after others. Yep, love thy enemy like thy love thy neighbor, like thy love thyself. He said it's an abomination for a man to lie with another woman. Father did not create us to start mixing genders and cutting off body parts. One race, the human race, man and woman, is an abomination for a man to lie with another man. It's an abomination for a man to put on woman's clothing. It's an abomination for a woman to put on man's clothing. I only go after the word. I don't listen to what this world says. I go by the word. So you do your transgender, your proper pronouns. Let me see they, them, titty, Jesus, and I'll cast that right out of here. So Father doesn't want us to be mixing. How are we going to flourish if we're all taken away from what he created? You don't take, you're worshiping your own, making your own creation, and that's, you worship the creator, what he made, and not the creation. So these people are idiots. It's vanity and it's vain. Do not take and try to destroy what Father created and make your own. He said, don't add a jot, so you can't start, making your own self. Oh, I want to be 3 gods in one. Let me come on by so I can give it a try. Yes, Paul murdered children for the church. You're not going to get anywhere in here. Paul's the gospel there, Liz. So you can take your other cracker Jesus, your transgender Jesus somewhere else. So your Baphomet Jesus, okay, your Jezebel worship, your Baal Bell, take your balls, grab yourself by the maybe bootstraps, or get some, the man's nuts, grab them. I don't know what you are. See, you could be one of these transgender Jesus Baphomet worships that go after Satan and think it's okay to start cutting kids' body parts off and sewing them on kids and doing, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. Saul, who later became Paul, who wrote Corinthians, right? Thessalonians, Colossians, right? I know the books, they're part of the gospel. If you leave Paul's writings out, you leave the gospel is all, it's not the gospel. So you don't know anything about it. So go somewhere else. I rebuke you. I know what Christ said. I know what he did. He said, don't sup with vipers. You're a viper. Remember a viper, the transgender viper, the one who told you were naked. Don't touch children. Don't take their innocence. I rebuke you. It's never okay to start cutting off Jill's, pocket because Jack wants to switch and have, remember the button pocket? Stop it. It's not okay. It's never okay for children to see sex at all. So, and I know under this covenant, all flesh, Jew, Gentile, man, woman, but it didn't say, mixed. There's one race, the human race, man and woman. Stop adding to the book. You're doing things that you're marrying truth to a lie. So stop telling anybody this is okay. It's not okay. Never was okay. It's been around since remember Rome? They had their orgy festival with both beasts. Now you're going to tell me it's okay to have sex with a beast or a child, right? What are you, a Muslim? What are you, a Catholic? Kitty touch much? Joe, going to have smelling bees instead of spelling bees? You supporting one of these left or right? Get out of here. Don't want you in here. You're low energy swine. This is what I'm supposed to do. You can't handle the truth once again, can you, Liz? Jesus, who the hell is Jesus? The letter J didn't exist in the time of Rome. So don't speak your own language in here. This dialect gloss, it might be foreign to you, a foreign alien dialect. You believe in aliens too? Think it's okay to touch kids? You think there's such thing as aliens? You think God's in the sky? Pound sand. Get out of here. I don't want you in here. It's not okay to touch kids. Remember, he said it'd be better to have a millstone tied around your neck and to be cast into the sea than hurt one hair on my children's head. The sons of God is what those are, as bride. But would you know anything about that? You go after some other cracker Jesus. So, isn't that a beautiful thing? Oh. War crimes against kingdoms. Father allowed all these wars. They weren't war crimes. Father had his heavens, the Israelites, the Israeli. Remember, no weapon formed you against you shall prosper. Your enemy will flee 7 ways if you love me. So you're an idiot. Don't start talking about, you might want to go read the McClintock Strong 10-volume set of all the Israelites, the Israelis, his favorites, his heavens, his ruling class that annihilated, yes, those earthly armies, the blue bloods, the copper top batteries. What? You want in, you want out, you want in, you want out. So, Jesus Christ is a pagan term, and you don't speak the words that's in the book. So stop adding. He said not even a jot. There was no J at the time of Rome, nor was there in the Old Testament even a vowel. Stop adding O's, trying to rape his word and shove yourself in that O hole, or maybe put yourself in that A hole. There's no vowels in Hebrew, no J's in either of the texts. So there's no such thing as Jesus. You're speaking in translation. He warned of adding jots or tittles. You know what a jot or a tittle is? You know what the halak or haggad is? If you don't know these words, don't speak up about his word. Don't tell me what you think you know. You would be what is called a scorpizo, a false teacher or prophet. You're telling people things that are not in the original text. And he said, don't add to my text. Don't add a thought. That's the word idolatry. So you're blasphemous swine, and I rebuke you. There's no Jesus. Christ is a pagan term. It means anointed in oil. It comes and rooted out of paganism. So you're an idiot. Stop speaking up about his word. You don't know it. Don't talk about it. You're a false teacher. You're the word scorpizo. You're the first people he deals with when he comes back. And I could be one of those too, because I used to think I was bringing people to Jesus. You're not bringing anybody to God. Father said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. And our hearts are continuously filled with wickedness. I don't hear religious idiocracy, which whatever flavor of the rainbow you are. Democrat, Republican, mass murder in chief. Which one did you vote for? Oh, we're doing the not politics. Oh, I thought it's the Vatican that's doing this. Oh, okay, you're going by Papa. He said, call no man father. Communion, Catholics, Christians, they follow all this nonsense. They're insanity. Catholicism, that's Satanism, the deadly head wound in Scripture that was healed. Remember, they outlawed this in the church. We're not to do these pagan, Christian, Christ is pagan, Lord, pagan. These terms are not in text. Doesn't say Christ, doesn't say Lord, doesn't say the word devil, doesn't say the word Jesus, doesn't say the word planet. All these words you keep adding. He said, don't add a jot. That's like a period, and now you created a whole ball in the sky. Oh, you're on a planet, right? You're a planet of the apes. You're like a barrel of monkeys. So, all right, we'll take a pause for the cause. Just because it's not a laughing stock in the nation, because it's not a nation, it's a corporation. So either way, I'm not offended by your ignorance. You're just ignorant. You're an ignoramus, and you're an idiot. And those are the same thing. So you can't hold it against somebody because they're an idiot, right? Nope. It's not even an insult when you get called an idiot. So go look up the definition of idiot. Liz, are you still in here? Get out of here, Liz. I told you to leave. Leave, Liz. I'm asking you nicely. I won't want you in here. Your energy, your swine. It's just you're here. I feel your energy. I've done this ministry for years, and do not judge them by the cover. You'll know them by their fruit. I know what the Old Testament is. I know what happened in the Old Testament. I know this new covenant we're under, and you're not following it, so you got to go. Please leave. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. There's another term that was never written in text, the word Lord. So stop adding, stop using J's. There was no J at the time of that was pronounced Y, Yah, You're an idiot. And there was no vowels in Hebrew, so I don't want to hear, his name is Shem. So if you can't speak the original text and you're not actually using, remember there's rejected text in your Bible as a book. This was not written on paper. This happened in Rome, right? We were talking about this precious metal. We went off on a teaching. So rejected Bible book, that means book. It wasn't written on paper. We'll do the paper version of the 12th century canonization of the accepted interlinear text. This is the accepted text in Hebrew. No vowels in Hebrew. So no Yahweh. There's no vowels in Hebrew. See, you're an idiot. There's no vowels in this Hebrew book. Stop it. You're adding. Interlinear accepted. Look, Hebrew. Notice, jots, yods, tittle, all these. No vowels. Oh, here's the English over here if you need this. Oh, look at this. And this is the accepted text. Accepted. Interlinear Textus Receptus. Canonized in the 12th century, coded with the Strong's Concordance, so you can take out that one word, use your lexicon, modern day eSword, use your technology, and define the words like they did in the book. Not translated. Transliterally did not change the definition or a letter. That is called transliteration. Translation is something completely different. Completely different. That's how it would be written in the text. YH or even Va, Yahweh or Bahim HaMashiach. This is how it's written, but not, you can put the C to Hebrew. That's how that's written in Hebrew. YHWH, no vowels, no Yahuwah, No Yahshua HaMashiach, none of your adding. And he said, don't do that. And the very last things he said in this old Jewish book written in Greek is don't add a letter. Or he said jot, and that's like punctuation. That's a period. So you can't add letters or yods, or even idolatry would be adding your own version, your own translation, version, your own version of his law, and he will deal with you for doing that. So I'm not worried what anybody thinks of what I tell them. This was an old 12th century, this was written on tablets and stones and scrolls and pounded out on rock. It was given to Moses, obviously, or right, and this was spoken on the mount, and this was the law, right? He also said, don't put braids in your hair. Who said don't put braids in your hair? Under the Old Testament, there were, obviously covering of your head and burqa and veiling of the face, and well, that's Sharia law. But anyways, remember, we're not under some flesh law. So braid your hair, let your cows fart. CO2 is not going to kill you. We're not all going to die. There's no such thing as global warming. There's no A, E, I, O's or U's in Hebrew. You're not under any flesh covenant. Liz is an idiot. You are not. You can do whatever the hell you want to your hair, shave it, cut it. You can eat pork. You can do, but you can't corrupt his word. So you're doing that. So Jacob, you're using translation. Jesus is not in this book. There's no J's. So who the is Jesus? Paul warned of two, but didn't say Jesus, did it? Because there's no J. So who the hell are you talking about? Christ, a pagan term. Not in this book. No, that's a pagan term. You guys keep adding all your English terms and just keep doing that. And he warned, and I've done it. I've been where most of you were, but I kept studying and studying, and I've been studying for 30 years, and I'm still willing to, like Timothy, with my brothers and sisters, narrow off this translation. So I don't care what you think, and that's okay. You can't type in all capital letters in here. I think you've been here long enough, Jacob, to know that. So you can keep speaking your English, and I know that's fine. It's refining. You got to be able to accept, not be a brute beast, refinement, or you're just brutish. You can't be taught. Your unwillingness to learn, Christ would call you an ass or a brute beast is what you are. And I'm not calling you. So definitely don't. Okay, look, I can't believe Liz is still in here. Yeah, I didn't run away because you're not actually addressing anything that I've said. You're turning into an argument that I didn't make. No, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not even telling you. You're swine. You use letters that are not in the book. Remember, he cast out the unclean truth. You're speaking unclean truths. Your definition of what the word is, Nephilim or demon. Would you like to address that? I'll stop talking because I'm not looking at you. No, I'm not looking at the chat. I'm not to address anybody in here. I don't at a time or anything. I'm not under some stopwatch or so. It's your first time here, obviously. So we'll see what you know. That's what we're supposed to do. Iron sharpens iron. So answer my question. Everybody just know and accept Jesus. You can't accept Christ, Michael. You're an idiot. You can't accept Jesus. You're an idiot. Or Christ. Those are pagan terms, and you can't accept Christ. Hold on a second here. All right, so no such thing as accepting Christ. Again, I didn't create the English language and the verbiage that we use today. There is no Bible that exists today that hasn't been altered by man. It is what it is. Well, I'd have to agree with that because still at the canonization, they still ran into, remember, you can't take Hebrew and then translate it into Aramaic and English. It gets lost, obviously, in that translation. So remember the canonization, if you're studying out of any other text, you're swine. You're using low energy text that he said, eat of the meat, drink of the milk, not watered down, right? So I'll correct you if you didn't accept correction, then I might continue to have you here. So, and I know we do need to speak in these things because people don't know who, Yahweh, they don't speak these terms, they don't know these, and he had to speak in parables, but not so that the people would understand. It's so only his bride, that was there at the time, would understand. He didn't do it for everybody. He only did it to speak to the people that he wanted to hear it, that he gave a hearing ear, that could speak in his dialectus, his tongue, his glossa, his language. Remember, he could speak in one language like the prophets, and they could understand it in their language, that dialect they spoke. No man can do that today. So if you can take corrections, that's fine. And I know that we need to sometimes use these words that, but we're not under, all right, 6 different genders. Goodbye. This person is an idiot. There's only one race, the human race. Liz is out of here. 6 genders. 6 genders. Where the hell do you get 6 genders? Anybody want to chime in on the Hebrew 6 gender testament she just gave? So, man race, human race, man and woman. Is there some other race that I know of? No, big feet. Maybe she's got proof of the big feet. Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok. Wait, that's what they feel they had, and Harry and the Hendersons. All these Harry and the Harry and the, oh my gosh. But so does anybody know about 6 genders? Talk about gender bending. So Jacob, you can actually put the text that people can read in here. Okay, I'll allow you, but so that people can, well, yes, you can. You could take them out, killing by separating yourself. Third gender will inhabit this earth. Get out of here. All right, I don't want to have none of that. That's disgusting. There's no third gender. Stop trying to bend their gender and start sewing body parts and cutting them off and reassigning them. So take your reassigning. They're going to take and throw. I don't care if you're a man and you identify as a woman and you got this, pretty pearl necklace and this, chainmail purse. They're going to, throw you in the dirt and dig you up 100,000 years from now and say, that's a dude, that's a man. Look at his pelvic bone. You can't run away from crunch. Cap crunch will give you away. Remember that cereal? Stop it. Men and women are portioned completely different. So stop taking and cutting off body parts. So we're going to have this conversation. Yeah, and that kind of funny that Mr. Warp Speed never said anything about that on his first go around. 4 + 5 is 9, 4 + 7 is 11. Now President Blind 11 has got the whole public blinded, that he's blinded by the light. Remember? He's got his Apollyon sun god statues in his house, and is all this the light sun god, Baphomet Bel, Jezebel. All right, anyway, so remember, we're going to have a discussion about kids and sex. There's an Old Testament, and under the Old Testament, there were different laws. Okay. There we go. Thank you. Another brick in the wall. All right. There's one with spots. There's one in the spotlight. He don't look right. Oh, remember what he said? Pinky on the wall. I should do a decode on the wall, guys. We really should. That's about Donald and this time when all these this communism, digital communism comes back in. It's all there with the judgment and the wall. And mother, have you think they dropped the bomb? Mother, do you think they'll try to break my balls? So, they do this decode. So, well, no, I don't know if anybody's ever done a decode on who and what that represents, who Pinky is. Remember, he's in a chair. He does this whole, this is all part of this, time we're in right now. They did all this for this marching. They did it already once, and they're going to do it again. This replay of this 2 world war into the third What do we see in the images of what Roger Waters wrote? So he talked about the war machine. He knows what he's talking about. Father writes these things through people's hearts. Whether it's good or evil, he creates these men, lyrics, chants, mantras to, honey, go get me some popcorn. You don't even like popcorn. They flicker rate that stuff at you, whether you like it or not. You're tuned right past a station, and how come you don't like that genre? Maybe Tracy Lawrence, he did something to his wife, so you don't like any country music, but you know about 3 or 4 country music songs. Front to back. Songs you don't even like, genres you don't like, beat that stuff into you like a redheaded stepchild. I just said that. I apologize. That wasn't nice. So I'm going to get my dogs out. I don't want to beat my dogs or mistreat my dogs. Or redheaded stepchildren. People who are redheaded are people too. So he said, call no man father, you're swine. Get out of here, 777. You might as well be XXX with your porn, Mia. Idolatry. Idolatry. All right, I should get something in my belly. Let's see what time it is. What time we got here? All right, let's get this idiot out of here. Get this swine over here grunting and moaning. I'm going to take a pause, get something in my stomach here. I think I'm going to eat some pancakes. I normally don't like too much sweet stuff, but for some reason, I don't know why that's standing out to me. Okay, I got to check a message here, and it won't take me long, obviously, to make a couple pancakes, and I'll come back here and we'll continue our conversation about where you put your treasure. If it's in these worldly shiny dirt idols and things of this dirt, and he doesn't want us to live dirt, or if it's the word that lifts you and carries you, and where you find value to get up every day and not think about, oh my God, all I got to think about is, how I'm going to pay the bills. There's more to life than bills, and I know many of us struggle because they're strangling us through inflation and all these other things, but there are ways Father does provide, for his bride. Everybody gets a different measure, and he pours out a different measure on each one of them. Remember, give that shekel to the rich man, and if we don't use what we're given, it will be taken from us. So I hope you're using. Knock, and I will come sup with you. There are tools that you can be using to help yourself study. That's your mother, is what Scripture says. It's that iron, refining, or like gold and silver that is purified, the impurities out of it with heat and fire and flame and trials and thlipsis, tribulation. We must suffer for his Shem's sake, or we will not receive that eternal prize, that inheritance that he has bought and set that bail for us. So when he stands before Father, where the wages of sin is death, we do not stand a chance. Old Testament. These people are talking about Old Testament. I want to hear Old Testament. we're under this new covenant, and he blotted out all the old law testaments of flesh. So we're not under, don't try to pull me under some ritual law, celebration, candle, flesh law, or any of these things. It's spiritual. Remember, once written on tables of stone is now blotted out. Those scrolls, tablets, all that honor thy father, mother, 10 commandments, is not your mom and dad. If your dad's a Jezebel doing unrighteous, unclean things, and he says, call no man father, that's speaking about the one above your head. No, father's inside you. The correction that tells you inside your head, not Jiminy Cricket's conscience. You have Holy Ghost, Hokadesh, Holy Spirit, the truth, Aletheia. That's what guides us. That's what tells you. There should be a still voice inside your head. That's the word. Since you were a child or born of sin, tells you don't do that. And you still do it anyways, even when you're a child sometimes, toddler. Innocent is like a baby, if you will. And that's what he wants us to be, not doing these things of this world, not thinking about the things of this world, being innocent. And that's not none of us. So you better have a covering. You better have a mediator. You have somebody who's got, got it in kind of a word with the judge. That bail's been set. The judge doesn't care, does he, about your crimes? Just like Passover. Didn't care if you followed his, right? Pass it, put the postmark, blood of the lamb, pay the fee, fine, and he would pass over, not kill your firstborn. Nothing's changed. But we're not under the laws of flesh. Remember, you don't have to have sacrifice, eat this, celebrate this. You're not going to get there by any of your works. By faith alone. But I'm telling you, faith without works is dead. You must believe in him, and that's an action word, that's a verb. So I'm going to get up off my fourth point of contact and go put some pancakes into action here. But eat of the meat, he said in the book of Malachi, and tithe to a man that's giving you meat and not some watered down version of the milk. So hopefully you can glean something from this ministry. If you can tithe with your time, that's all I require. So remember, I'm trying to extend this ministry so we can provide tithes to the whole ministry and send out food, not money, food to the whole world. Organic food grown right here at High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. And we'll be able to tithe to the ministry. That's what tithing was. They left Israel not all in one time, and they left behind. Remember, they were on wandering, and they could not let the leaven rise in the bread, and that feast of unleavened bread and tabernacles, where I'm out here in a temporary place of study, worship. But hey, we're going to use this place while we're here temporarily to try to tithe to this ministry. So I'm sure there's others doing it, but I don't know the capacity if Father will allow this to allow an organic, completely grown eggs, vegetables, fruits. Hopefully we can even get this ministry down to Ecuador, get it closer to the Equator region as we dip into the solar minima. We have this addition of all these, bands of atmospheric rivers from the Honga Tonga eruption, entering into our jet streams and the changing of our monsoon seasons and things like this, and try to find a place that's more conducive for the ministry to grow food we can't grow here in the Northern Hemisphere. So always looking forward, prognosco, hopefully, Father, not my own will, but he'll push this ministry towards that and allow that to happen. And wouldn't that be a blessing because this ministry is larger than mega churches. It's the views between the TikTok and this and the backup channels. And, it's staggering, the millions of people of, these eyes pass over this gospel, and they are allowed to be a part of this. And so why not give back? That's what a ministry is supposed to do. The church is supposed to give back to the people. So kind of like the government's supposed to be there to protect the people. God-given natural organic right of the people is protected by the federal government, but not anymore. So maybe separating yourself, creating your own system, becoming your own, self-reliant, self-system, own central bank, if you will, own food source, own meat source, own water source, own power source is a much better idea. Disconnect from the system. Don't let them disconnect your ground when they put in your smart meter. That's not smart. That will ground itself out by electricity, takes the path of least resistance. That's how they're doing this paradise. Did it in California, baked a whole bunch of people in Texas, had a barbecue. Canadians, people in Australia tell you about having barbecues down there and how they direct this barbecue energy at you. So anyways, 2 tickets to Paradise, California, where you can check in, but you can never leave. This is what Tesla was talking about, this directed current, not alternating through poles, but underneath the hole, the ground current. So, bam! If you're not connected, guess what? You're going to burn from the inside out. So, that's what your stupid meter is all about. I hope you're not connected. Get off the grid. And hopefully be able to continue to do that. Again, we talked to people about having me some off-grid courses, helping people learn how to get off-grid. I'm even potentially talk to Kevin out here about bringing some people out here very shortly, get their boots on the ground. This is the time of the year. If you want to do it, if you want to get off-grid, now's the time. I don't need you to have a whole lot of stuff, but you need to be self-sufficient. You need to be able to build, take some instruction, and then build out what is almost the last American dream out here. If you could, 2.5 million acres set apart, protected from light pollution, so no lights out here. You can't see if your hand in front of your face. If you're afraid of the dark, don't come out here. But you can see that belt, or well, if you will, the Milky Way galaxy. Galaxy, that's funny, but anyways, you can see that striping the horizontally. Most of the time it spins around, but the night sky from the the southwest to the northeast, it's staggering. It's mind bending. And if you got good filters and good cameras, you can open up and get a little light saturation. You could create images that are just unbelievable out here. It's protected, so it is an amazing place. And I'm hoping again too to bring a couple people out here to talk to Kevin. We need to get some real people out here that want to do this. So we'll see if Father has that for the ministry. It's not up to me. I just want to lay down and pass. But I want to do it in my sleep. I want it to be a long, grueling, hard, so I know I can know it's coming, know it's here, and can just let go. And when I'm ready, Father will be there to take me through redemption, but it won't happen right away. I know that's not how judgments don't work. You don't die and go to heaven or die and go to hell. So that's stupid. That's childish. Where does it say it in that book? So let me get some food in my belly. If you need to take a break, go grab some drink water. I got my water around here somewhere. And maybe we might start making, gotta make some ice cubes here today too. Gotta continue to make our ice cubes out here in the desert. In the desert. Hot and cold, it'll be warming up here soon. So thank you, Father, for this ministry. I'll be back in a moment, or 3 or 5, or if you need to do something, grab a piece of paper or something, take some notes when we get back. We're talking gold and silver. It's really hard for me not to, where I put my treasure is in the word, to not spread that and share that. We're supposed to be charitable. So part of charity is sharing the word, and also part of that charity is tithing. And they left food behind. If you want to make a tithe to this ministry, I'm extending it out to an in-town property to extend another 2 acres. There's 20 here. Got another 20-acre parcel that I can put people on in the future. 5 up the road where the UFO crashed that we brought back over here to the ministry, and parked it out here in front of the ministry. So we have that parcel up for sale on the marketplace to try to fund this other property and contract I've entered in on a paper contract, but it's binding, and I need to finish it so I don't lose any of the earnest money. There's no earnest, I just lose it all. If I don't keep the contract, I lose it. So I now have 9 days. What is it, the 5th today? I have 9 days to come up with about $5,900. So I need to get some things again sold on the marketplace, and I have it covered. If I have to go take these into town, these pieces of metal, I will. I'm just trying to hold on to them. So I want to buy that Ecuador property with these immediately after I pay this property off here in Christmas Valley, over there by the sand dunes or whatever in town there. I'm purchasing the property so that I can put a freeze dryer so I can send you guys food. I need to freeze dry it. It takes all the moisture. It's lasts longevity again, and then I can produce organic food that I can send to the ministry. What a better thing to give to people than something, who cares about shiny dirt? You can't eat this, whether gold or silver, right? You can't eat it. You can be laying next to a huge bar of gold, or a Comex 1,000-ounce bar, and you're going to starve to death. right? No, eat your arm. No, don't eat human flesh. But that's the word masse. But anyways, if you want to lead a tide to the ministry, I'm still going to continue to drive towards hopefully to get down, not literally with the car, but drive to the ministry to go to the equatorial regions, and so we can send people food that's not conducive to this climate, and that'll be an amazing thing. And I want that thing. I want this ministry to do this after I'm dead and gone. To as long as this rock is still continuing, and the world's not going to end like people think. We're in the 6th extinction event right now, and people are still here. Correct, everything that was made it through the last 5, and lions and tigers and bears and butterflies and potatoes and lemon cucumbers and carrots, and they get you chasing a carrot, don't they, on a string? But anyways, that's the hopefully the all glory to Father, praise that he works through me and he works through this ministry, and it would take many more bodies to make that happen. So hopefully he'll send the right people, and we'll be able to move the monetary side of the ministry that's needed to get to the equatorial region to continue to, as these climates change and have always changed, and the monsoon seasons shift, and there's been a large massive eruption into our upper atmosphere. um, we're not going to get away with this. It's going to continue to pour out and wring out that 14% moisture that's stuck and frozen into the upper atmosphere, and it will wring out, and then we're just starting to see these atmospheric rivers, and it's going to get remember, they built that Renaissance dam in the middle of the driest place on this rock and said in 10 years it would fill up, and it filled up in 2, and then they got like 4 or 5 more dams down, hydroelectric dams, all creating electric in South Africa. So there you go. What do you go? In the desert, right? In Africa. And remember all that? Here we are again. So it's already happening. So I'd like to take the ministry somewhere more conducive to grow in a better climate than here. That's why I'm trying to capture this underground geothermal gardening here. And this ministry's already been paid off. So we've got the store, the was it $250,000 to $500,000 to have an Atlas shelter come in, be built. That was already done. And what a blessing, to have this ability again. If I'm not here or something happens to me, that there's bodies here that continue, like if Brother Jim ever passed with his legacy with the CDs, that this ministry will continue to produce an organic food source for the ministry, whether it's eggs, duck, chicken eggs, or maybe rabbit, or whatever we're producing, what meat, lamb, you know, star fruit. Again, the major thing about being down south is the fruits. There are fruits that I could not grow here in this valley that I hoping that can be blessings, send blessings and tied to the ministry to have that food organically as a store, if put up for later for a rainy day, or open up and then eat immediately, and enjoy the hands of the fruit of the labor. The farmer gets the first fruit, so we'll be able to, obviously the hands that are here would be able to have some of these products that we'd be able to freeze dry and keep them on store like a time machine. So blessings is a little a little different than most ministries, but it's still just an online ministry at this point. I do have Kevin here, and it is a kind of a you know they left food behind when they wandered the desert for 40 years. So I'm not doing something that hasn't been done before. I want to tie to the people that are less fortunate, and this ministry can easily produce this if we can get enough bodies here to do it. And people want to live an organic lifestyle anyway. So I know there are droves. If I can't get it here, I've already found another platform. I'm just trying to do it based through the ministry, not just bring any willy-nilly out here. I need people to have this faith-based predestination gospel on their hearts, and I'm more dependent on Father to do it. It's been 10 years since this property was originally purchased. Now it's paid off, but it's supposed to produce. It's supposed to be a communion, unite, come together, and not be separated and to be in our own little bubbles. That's what's going to happen soon. You're going to be in bubble trouble, and you better be in the right camp, and have your own work camp going, because they're going to work you like ponies. That's what they're going to do. Executive Order 11004 is going to allow them to do it. They did it during World War II, and they're going to do it again. They're going to do it not just here in America, but they already had everybody standing on necks, go inside, flatten the curve. It wasn't somewhere, this didn't, nobody was inept. Nobody was, you know, left out, negated from this. So canceled. No, everybody went through this ritual, and so they'll do this again. They're definitely focused, hyper focused on this corporation America, because they're the ones who've been enslaving people for 50 plus years under the oil petrodollar, and they're pretty much done with this combustion. Boom! Remember Israel blowing people up with phones? Now they're doing lithium and, you know, anti-gravitics and all this old technology that's been around since time immemorial, long before the 1800s, you know. Um, but they're going to let it go. You know, they used to drip you an iPhone, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now they're giving you technology. Remember robots on a string? Now these things are riding bikes and doing the Kendrick Lamar with A minor, you know, got you playing like a video game. But yep, dripping this stuff out like they do their beta tests and stuff on their games. So here we are, but it's the reality. It's really happening. This ain't no silly reindeer game. So I'll be back in a minute. You know, not like some movie Con or Terminator. No, that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna set out robots and flying, you know, saucer plate dishes and with magnetics, and it's all old technology that's been here before any one of us were on this rock. Okay, any of our ancestors, it's been here multiple times. You think this is the first time we've had the interweb or satellite? I mean, meteorite things falling out of the sky. Oh my God, it's Armageddon. Those are just satellites, you idiot. So, no, that's a falling star. That's a satellite, you idiot. I I I'll be back. Let's shorten it up a little bit. So you let my dogs in. All right, we'll take a pause for the cause again. Get some water, some drinks, whatever you're gonna do. We'll come back in. We'll talk again about silver's gold, uh, like gold, the channel backup. You can subscribe to that. If you want to leave a link in the bio or leave a tithe in the bio of a monetary tithe, there is super chat that will be open the whole time during this live stream. And there is also PayPal and Cash App, which I'm not going to take your money if you'll follow the channel. Hell, we might even go out today again if we can get enough people that are into this, a little bit of interest or something. Go out and show you where this underground garden, show you the shelter that's been built here, show you a little bit around this ministry on where your dollars could be contributing in the future. I don't want to take any money from anybody. Again, there is funding here to cover it through the precious metals, but hoping that, you know, those will cover. I still have a backside. I'm only paid off a portion, more obviously on the front side than the back side. I don't like to have a larger balloon payment. I prefer it to do the other way. I took the balloon payment on the front side, but I still have a substantial amount that needs to pay off this other ministry so we can freeze dry food and ship it to you, the subscribers of this channel. So all around the world, they're everywhere. Get with the news, northeast, west, and south. This is a worldwide ministry, and I'm hoping that this ministry will be able to bless again. Go through. I wanted to say I'm very thankful for those. Sure. Cool. And you don't have to tithe by monetary tithing to this ministry. There are plenty of ways that you can be a part of the ministry without contributing a monetary. You can leave comments, which are valuable. Time is more valuable. You can't print time than any monetary tithe that you leave. You know, get special blessings or thanks or anything. You're supposed to do these things because we're supposed to be charitable. We do them in secret, and God draws out your heart to do it. So not me. Not trying to pull on your heartstrings. Okay. But there's that like, thumbs up button. You can share this content, you know, get involved, you know, come out here, be a part of this ministry, be a part of the physical ministry if you want. You know, you can do this online. It's a worldwide ministry, but I am open to people who are understand and been here for a minute. We'd have to run people through the, you know, little bit of a filter, kind of a vetting process. We don't want one bad apple out here to upset the whole apple cart. So I talked to Kevin about that. Pardon me. And, you know, we need to get some bodies out here. You know, they can get equipment and tractors and dig, but you know, the people need to enjoy this. This is he just loves this place, man. It's a blessing to be here. So whether I struggle because of the things that I'm doing in here, that's a 10+ year standing deal that I got going with this county. So many people are not seen for years out here, and then come up into town. Where you been? Nah, just doing my thing. I got a turbine, I got solar power, I got batteries, and I got food stores. I'm just um, so hopefully again, Father will put the bodies here, and the ministry is always going to be here to bless. Again, that's my thing, guys. I want this ministry to perform when I'm not here. Remember, I could disappear. What this ministry does after I die is needs to continue. I don't want to just sit here. So when I can bring other bodies here, people can outlast me. Maybe people bring their families here and their children continue this legacy. Outside in the middle of the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world, barbecuing in our outdoor garden, outdoor kitchen, eating all the food that we've grown right here with this huge. I want to do a large kind of a structure out here with block and a big lid and put full outdoor kitchen. I mean, I love to cook, so, and I want other people to cook out here. Flat grill, chef made pizza oven that we build by ourselves, ovens that we build out by ourselves, wood fired. We can do propane, but a big, maybe in a circle. It's some kind of, um, you know, where we can gather and talk about the word, see a view of the stars, um, cook hamburgers, not million cow burger, but burger we grew or from farmers out of there. We got excellent food in this valley for Angus out here, connections, supply. Heck, if we got 3 or 4 or 5 of us, I would bring on cows here. I've housed cows here, had them here, neighbors, others, but I would now prefer to do sheep and goat because it's easier to store. I can take less of it. It's just as tasty. It's red meat. Um, but if I had 4 or 5 or 6 people here, we'd have to have a cow because we could easily freeze dry, store. I just don't like wasting. So a cow is too much to store, and I don't have the means. See, if I had a freeze dryer, we would have a cow on this property. I don't care even if it was just me. So see there, if Kevin, well, we'll see. Kevin isn't. He donates other things. He's purchased this land to be a part of the ministry. So, but anyways, he will be able to help too. Um, with this animal husbandry, he knows how to take care of animals. He's a farmer. So, if this ministry is able to continue, which it will, to purchase this 2 acres and put the freeze dryer, I'm getting a cow out here, guys. I will put a cow on this property because I'll have a freeze dryer where I can continually, when I cut that up, I'll be able to pack it, wrap it, and start freeze drying it immediately. Keep running it through that machine. That place has got a constant power source. I'll put an actual, um, a chest freezer in there if I have to. I'd like to try to keep as much of it I could stored at temperatures and get as much of it, but I can't do a whole cow in a freeze dryer. So maybe we'll get 2 machines there. And that place too, that's going to be another place for people to come, in town, be a part of the ministry, view the whole town and visit and come. They don't have to spend their time here at the off-grid ministry that we do over here. Maybe they're just coming in for a minute and they need to just a place because they're passing through. See, that's going to be an amazing place for people in the ministry too. So if you want to donate, you can leave a monetary tide. Again, I'm not trying to grift you. I have precious metals. This piece of metal here is almost worth $4,000. So I need $5,900, and I'm just trying to hold these because this is going to be my backup again for the backside payment. I have motorcycle for sale. I have, multiple vehicles for sale. I have land for sale. I have lots of ways for if Father will bless. I have a 5-acre parcel up for sale that would fund everything. So, but anyways, there's Cash App, there's PayPal. They're in the description in my bio. And I put those there so that because AdSense takes like 30+% of your guys' hard-earned money. You know what I'm saying? They do. You get taxed by federal and state net and gross, and then you get taxed when you drive home. You still haven't given me anything yet, right? You're giving it to the ministry if you do. Yeah, whatever's in my bio. If you want to leave a donation and follow me, if you guys want to get up and I'll just say, if you want to show you where your money is, to put my money, put your money where my mouth is. I'll take you back to show you this 50-foot hole that's been dug. I'll show you the shelter. I'll show you where it was $47,000 to pay this ministry off. So Now it will be able to contribute for the rest of the days. It's paid off. If we can get this final, paperwork done, then it won't even be able to be taxed. And if they can't tax it, they can't take it. And that's kind of the thing in America, is that your land can be taken from you because of taxes. And I'm still working on this manifest to try to make this I don't want to pull profit. I don't want to take a salary. I don't want paid for the ministry. I don't want anything. I've given everything I own to the ministry. I don't want to own anything. Christ was a man of very few possessions. He just wandered around and shared the gospel. That would be my dream, but I don't want to make plans because Father will crush them. But for now, I have this physical place that's been paid off. The $47,000 is made it so that now the tax burden on it's low. And if I can get it completely all over to the ministry, which I'm working on, it won't be able to take it. The government able to come in and tax this place because it's a high desert faith and truth ministries, because it's a physical church body place, and we'll include that. I already tried with this other property that I've got, or this one, to already do this, okay, but I couldn't get it when the deed was put over. I have to turn this over. I'm working through this with another Church of the Only Gotten Son, and working with their manifest so that I don't pull profit. It's not a for-profit type of church. We want to give, not gain. I mean, if people can tithe, still, I've made it so that it can, but I don't think I wanted that to be a part of this 501c3. It's paid off. It doesn't need to be funded. If you want to make a donation, that's a tithe. It doesn't need to. I still think I can figure out ways, that's what I'm working on, for people to be able to make that a tax deduction. Okay, so I work hard in the sidelines to do what I can, and for this ministry, and I don't want payment for anything I do out here. So if you make any donations to this ministry, you're helping the ministry. Okay, and with this future property in town, the freeze dryers will go in. Hopefully we get more bodies out here, and people will be shipping through this Silver Lake post office and the Christmas Valley post office packages of food that was grown by the hands of the labor, the fruit of the labor of our own ministry, our body of the bride. And you're eating things that are not fluoridated, chloridated water, not sprayed with these, bug sprayers, whatever slacks they put on them. And it's wholesome, it's natural. And that is a beautiful thing, if you ask me. And if this ministry continue to push this out for decades after I was gone, man, I said my body, flesh getting eaten by the bugs, or if they burn me or whatever happens, or would just sit there and rest, knowing that, man, it didn't sit there and lie. There's so much land that's been here. It's been so hard to live here alone. I've had people sporadically come here, but nobody ever for any extended period of time, with not being able to share. It drives me crazy to have all this land. I never wanted it. I never bought this land for me. So not to be able to not share it, um, it's been a terror on my heart. But I've got Kevin now here. And again, I talked to him, and he said, yes, let's get some more bodies out here. Let's get this thing done. Let's get this underground uh, thermal garden, below the frost slide, geothermal garden built, finished. I talked to him about the roof on it. I need there's certain things I'm going to have him cover. So I'm looking forward to this, guys. If that's what God so chooses, or I'll sit here for another 10 years and it'll just be me and Kevin, and we'll be good, because there's enough food right here now for me and him for 10 years, and I don't got to go anywhere. The supplies are here. We just need more bodies. But extending this to a place where I couldn't even, probably for the payment that I paid on this property, could even instill, well, close to it, put in power here, you know. But then there's a whole nother process that I have to go through. This is already built. There's a shower there for people to come, be able to take shower. There's showers here. It's on the grid. It's what more people are, and I'm hoping that I can do this very soon, because I need to get this guy. Apologize, my nose again is running, on his way. That's his house that I'm buying, so he can get out of here before it gets too late. He needs to get out and do this. This is a weather kind of a thing for him too. So, anyways, I need to get something in my belly. If you want to donate, I know people say they're going to send things to the P.O. box, markers and stuff doesn't show up. So I'm not depending on anybody giving anything. Again, I've worked my hard-earned. I traded this for a $6,000 vehicle, and took a big hit for the ministry, but it's there, it's secure. This could go up in value. And if I could maybe hold it for another month or two, heck, it could be double again, and I'd be just fine. So I'm trying to protect this. I'm trying to gift you or grift you. If you want to leave a tithe to the ministry, you can do that through comments without monetary, thumbs up. Sharing is a great way to be involved in the ministry. Get a hold of me at predestined4light@gmail.com. I want to come out there. I've been following you. Let me know. Let me know your plans. Maybe you got something you can, and don't make plans, but maybe, something you got ideas for this ministry. I don't make plans because God crushes them. But again, if I can keep this gold secure, then this would be the property that I can purchase the Ecuador. And that's $39,000. So that's not probably going to be able to purchase it with, with this one piece of gold. But I have two, so I have these for the other. And so I'm trying to hold these, these were deals that I traded and worked and bought for cars. Both of these ended up taking a car and trading that car for a piece of gold. So it just secures it. It's not going to go anywhere. I know, not that the cars would blow up, but the cars could blow up. There was a lot of decisions. I chose to take a big bite, if I will, to try to hold what I had and know that eventually gold just continues to, if I hold on to it and I don't try to spend it. So yeah, no, I know these are real gold pieces. So, but either way, if you'd like to make a donation, somebody said, "Oh, I'm going to give you $1,200." I didn't hear no Cash App, and that's fine. Don't give me if it's going to take from you. Okay, I was able to get this last $47,000, all together final payment done on this ministry by selling land and selling things here at the property. Some of them were ministries. Remember, I just sold a large propane bottle, a smaller, things that were the ministries, part of this ministry, part of this. We'll replace them later. But what can't be replaced is the time that I have now, because I have now 9 days and to do this, and I'll get it done. If I got to take these pieces down to the local coin shop and trade them for paper, I will. And I don't have to do that. The guy that I'm entered in this contract said, "Surely I'll take your gold." And he's not caring if it just takes more time because he knows it's just going to go up too. Okay. He'd be all right. But you know what I'm saying? This is for the ministry. So I'm not doing it for me. If you'll let me come back in here, if there's just a few of you or something you're interested in, get a hold of me. We'll go back. Let's get outside. Let's get up. Maybe I'll take the dogs. I don't want them to run off because those coyotes been chirping like crazy out here. But they love chasing them down or mess. They don't actually touch them, but they like to run them around. And that's their job, keep them off the property. But maybe we'll go to the back of the property. We'll look at, again, where if you make a donation on what it is that Father has me doing out here. So Cash App, there's actually Bitcoin Cash App. Somebody gave that years ago. Went up to $50 or gave $50. It went down to $30 and now it's back up to $70 or something. So, but I'm going to leave that in there as well. I don't care about some stupid bit on a ledger, on a coin or a block or a chain, but maybe I would, if something big happened on overnight or something with Bitcoin, it would cash that into, but I don't think so. I'm going to kind of probably let that hang and see what happens to that. But if you want to donate Bitcoin, there's a Bitcoin Cash App. That's one way. Only one person in every years has ever done it. I didn't want it. Remember, I told my son I don't want any Bitcoin. So I don't care how rich you get or how much money. I just don't want it. But anyways, there's a regular Cash App and there's PayPal. And or come tithe by being a part of this ministry if you think you're the candidate that would work well out here. You like to build, you like dark skies and starry nights and hot days and cool nights and sitting around the campfire or sitting around an outdoor kitchen, and maybe it's your turn to cook tacos that night, or maybe your special is chicken marsala from the garden that we grew the tomatoes or whatever in the the cheese, whatever that we, and the organic chicken that we grew out here. Wouldn't that be a blessing to grow all your own food and be a part of something like that? It's possible. Some people just got to jump. I've already did it 10 years. I took a long time. I moved way over 10 years ago. Already jumped way out of society and had to come back into society because I got too far out. Said, this is selfish. Okay, you saved yourself. You got all this stuff. That's not right. So it's okay. I end up losing it all. And look, here I am today with, what Father's blessed me with today by the sweat of my brow and my hands, I've been able to do this, and everything on this property has been now given over to the ministry. So I really don't need to own or want a single thing. I had hoped Father would allow me like a bird just fly around and touch every border, touch every wall, and try to speak to every language, dialect, just everybody on this rock and share the gospel. That would just be an absolute dream of mine. And then duck in time from time to the ministries down in Ecuador, here in Silver Lake. Maybe we'll have another one pop up. We'll have some more here and there. We'll see what Father has in store for this ministry. So, again, leave a tithe by leaving a comment. Continuing every time you come in here, you leave a tithe by commenting in the comment section to the chat, even after that's a tithe in the ministry. Thumbs up, thumbs down. I don't know. I can't even see my thumbs up or thumbs down on this screen anymore. But let me get some food in my belly, and we'll come back and we'll talk a little bit about where you're putting your treasure and what's tithe. And my life is done. I've already lived my life. I'm full. I can die and be not need. I didn't get to do this or I didn't get to do that. So I'm not that man. I could have died many years ago, and I would not feel like Father didn't already give me more of a lifetime than I could have ever accomplished by His will. And so everything I do right now is His works. I don't want to do anything of the will of my own. And I surrendered my life to Him long ago, and He took me, not me. I mean, He pulled me to Him. And so hopefully through this ministry, it'll continue. People can glean, gain, and if they make a tithe, they can, it's on their own behalf, and they're not doing it because they're forced by my words, or God calls out to their hearts. And we won't give anybody some special, you know, um, I might, here at the ministry, if you gave a large contribution, and this ministry is paid off, so don't worry about that. But maybe at the one in town, special thanks to, or something for their tithe, and or something, or just a special thanks, or something like that. Put you on, because I plan on doing some signage out here, High Desert Faith and Truth, and doing it in town, and maybe actually holding. We'll try to do maybe a one day a month. We'll try to bring some of the locals in and have a short hour gospel session or something. Maybe we'll drag a couple of people out there, right? No, Father will make them come there, but it will be more of a place, as I said again, to put out content. And I am looking for, actually, I want to put this out there. If you know anybody who's tech savvy, can do content, I know content, how to do CapCut and some of these things, and can build with their own hands. I need that person out here. I'm looking for a mechanic, somebody who's mechanically inclined. I can help them create their own mobile business easily out here. If they're okay to lay on the ground, we'll get them an easy up tent. We can probably eventually. I talked about building an outdoor or a large garage out here off the back of there's two buildings sitting out here. We put a third wall. We can make a massive shop out here, but we'll get down flooring. Maybe some horse stall matting or something. Or snap flooring and go under tent. You can make more money every day. You can make $300 to $500 a day. Probably never go into the bottom end of an engine. I'm talking simple stuff out here because there's just no mechanics. Yeah, I'd like to improve the ministry quality too. It could. Up there, I'd be able to source that, and I could do lives sometimes from up there and get a better. Actually, the internet here through my phone is better, but I'll hook up internet there. If I'm not there all the time and I'm not in it all the time, I might do a little boost or whatever. I don't know how, whatever. But I don't do it here. I don't want it here. I don't want that energy on that property. This is a very organic property. I want to keep that. Don't want any of this hooked up to the grid if I can help it. So it can all be off the grid, and that's what that property is for. So very valuable to the ministry. Okay, guys, I'm not just blowing your money. If I have to take this money and cash it in, I will. I'll get. And again, I remember I don't have to. The guy will take it, and this at this point keeps going up and up and up. So it's doing what it's supposed to do. If I have to give it up, it's just shiny dirt. I just would like to pad it because I would like to take these and get the ministry in Ecuador, because maybe by the time this is done and I get some work done here, hopefully that I'll be eyeing that. I'll come up with some more. That other land will sell. It's up for 33,000. I dropped it from the 38, 39 to 33. So, it's almost the payment on that. Maybe those people want 39. Maybe they take 33 US dollars for it, on a wire or something to their, whatever. But I'll figure that out. I've got to get this one knocked out though, so that I can push forward. I can't even leave this country at this point. So, but we'll see. Father will unchain me. I can stay here. I can do this. So if you want to make a contribution, Cash App, PayPal, Bitcoin Cash App, and I'll be back in a few. Take a break, hang out with your animals. Wife's probably griping at you. What are you doing, honey? Where, husband's probably griping at you. Kids probably need something. It's that time. I don't know what time to check my messages. So if the video pauses for a little bit, it's just because I'm trying to answer back a message. I got a messenger on Facebook Marketplace. So, anyways, looking for people to be a part of this. That's another way to tithe too. Doesn't have to be a monetary thing. So lots of ways that you can become a part, help, and watch this ministry grow and flourish. And eventually one day, wouldn't that be such a beautiful thing to receive a package from High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries, from some organic chicken, or scrambled eggs or something that came from this ministry. And, we'll send you some liquid chicken, but we'll freeze dry it, maybe a little both or something to help you buy on, groceries are really expensive. And Trump said they're getting cheaper. Remember? He said he didn't know where the Congo's at. So if you trust this government to keep taking care of you, and I don't know how that'll work out for you. I think you should become your own system, grow an extra tomato plant and you'll be able to stick it to the man. They don't like self-sufficiency. So if you like to stick it to the man, come on out here and we'll become our own system. And okay, much agape, phileo. I'll be back. Pastor Revelation. We're not going to end the stream, but we'll take a pause here for the cause if you need to do that. And fill up your water bowl for your dog if it's hot today. I know it's hot in many places, with the time of year. And make sure you're hydrated. And we'll come back and we'll drink of some living water that he said he would pour out. Not the bowls of wrath, the cups of wrath of indignation. Remember the sign that we're in. I'll be back. I couldn't find the pancake mix. I don't know where the heck I put my pancake mix. I had to make my own pancake mix. So, I made some pancakes. They're buttermilk biscuit pancakes. So we put some butter, obviously, in there, some vanilla, some cinnamon, butter, yeah, too. Butter and buttermilk. So those are going to be good. Let me throw some syrup on these bad boys here. Like I said, I don't really like a whole lot of sweet stuff, but let's get some syrup on it. It'll be good because I already got vanilla and cinnamon a little bit. Not much. A little bit in there. All right. Thank you, Father, for food. Some people are starving to death right now, and here I am eating pancakes. Well, those are good pancakes. I wonder where my pancake mix went. You make them super thick. Sometimes I like them a little IHOP style, and sometimes I like them a little thinner. Nice. Buttermilk biscuits, here we go. Sip the flour, roll the dough. When you guys did a little, ooh, ooh, I heard you. All right. I'm a little perplexed where the pancake mix went. Maybe we need a little more syrup. More syrup on there. Do you like to cook? Are you a good cook? Hey, life can be rough, but hey, having good food is a kind of one of those places that's you might be able to find a little rest. Over some good victuals, huh? I remember a cat from Pittsburgh. He used to say victuals. He's called the crib. He used to say a lot of different things that people don't. He had a whole different dialect. Darn knows, man. Stupid respirator. All right. Pancakes. Thank you, Father, for a good food. Flour is probably not the best for me. Back in the day, many years ago, decades ago, used to like pigs in a blanket. Yeah, these were, like I said, I didn't have my pancakes, so I used buttermilk and buttermilk biscuit mix, and I put vanilla extract, some cinnamon, and butter, melted down some butter and put it in there. They're pretty yummy. I don't have powdered sugar. I don't know how. I don't do sugar, so I don't have any powdered sugar. Not even to cook with. Some people like peanut butter and bananas on their pancakes, right? Strawberries, fruit. I think this is no, it's original. It's not butter. Sometimes I like that butter syrup, but sometimes I like to put butter on it. I'll put a little more syrup, speaking of. I never had a mo bit of butter. Parquet butter. All right, Budweiser. Oh, man. Good stuff. I don't really like sweet stuff, so I don't crave a lot of. Oh, interesting. Seltzer water. Interesting. I don't drink soda. See, I don't get that luxury. I don't drink anything that's carbonated. Carbonic acid in itself. You're cooking, obviously it loses that fizz, but doesn't allow our whole proteins to separate. They go down as a whole protein and become toxic. But a little bit of bubbly is okay. Depending on what kind of bubbly you drink. Well, I'd stay away from the corn syrup soda and all that, but I haven't had a soda in probably, I don't know, a dozen years or something like that. I don't know, it's been a while. Maybe not that long, maybe 10 years or something. Been a minute. Time gets by from you sometimes. Yeah, that biscuit mix made good, you know. It's biscuit, you know, it was buttermilk biscuit. I think that's what that was. What brand was that? I don't know. I just said that because I saw you put that in the chat. All right, we're almost done. Yeah, and the pancake's terrible. I couldn't find my pancake mix. Strange clouds. But so we used some buttermilk biscuit mix. We put some vanilla extract, a little bit of cinnamon. I'm not a big cinnamon person, but a little bit of cinnamon in a pancake mix adds just, I'm telling you, there's a lot to it. And then butter. Of course, I melted off some butter. Rather than butter the pancakes, I put it in the. They came out all right. Well, there's the last of them, so we can tell they're real buttery and butter. Oh, I said it's the sweetness that I kind of, just a little bit, not much. It doesn't take much because cinnamon is strong, but man, just a little bit, just a drop, if you will. Oh man, these are fire though. Just like I said, I don't really crave sweet stuff. I used to eat a lot of sweets. Oh gosh, man, that's terrible. Just eat poison, why don't you? Eats the bugs. All right, good to the last drop, Maxwell House. Oh, all right, little kibble here. Wow, that was good. And like I said, a little sweet, but my palate for sure early first part of the day does not want sweet. Keep it away from me. So I think it's afternoon now, so I can tolerate, my palate can tolerate some. Oh my goodness, I spilled some syrup on myself. Wow, I did there. All right. Well, I guess I was leaking syrup off onto my pant leg. Let me see if I can wipe it off here with a napkin. Oh boy, you're gonna be sticky icky in the sweet ooey gooey. What's he talking? What you talking about, Willis? All right, let me go over there by the water here. There's a couple spots here that I don't want it to be sticky. All right. Well, that was good. Those are good pancakes. I don't eat pancakes very often. So we might have to get some more ice cubes going here. Some ice, baby. Oh, I might have some in there already. I made some last night. Oh, yes, we do. We've got ice. Ice is going to get you. That's not going to last long because she's a little melty. That'll work. That'll work. We already made the ice. Oh, thank you, Father, for dirty water and dirty ice cubes. Thank you, shower. All right, that'll get us by for a country minute. What we got there? Is that your leak? Is that your base leaking on there? Can you scoot over, big guy? Can you scoot over? You're in my spot. You're right in my spot. You're in my spot. Can you scoot over? Thank you. Don't mind Tago. He's a big guy. He's a big guy. He's in love with the dad. Arr, 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 arr. And we love you too, Bone Bone. You guys are good boys. Some of the best puppy dogs I ever did best. All the single times. Oh. Pants, you just... Oh, that wasn't you. That was you, Tuggy, with your big old paws. Get down. Get down. Get... Pants, put your pants down. Oh, get your pants down. We don't tell him to get his paws down. We tell him to get his pants down. Get his short pants down. Huh. Oh, you're a good guy. You're a good guy. Oh, freaky, y'all. Wiki. Are you in the mix? Remix. Oh. Is it in the bag? Is it in the bag or something? Okay. Maybe brought a camper or something. I'll have to look in the camping bag. Maybe put it in the camping bag. In the camping bag. Sell bags to that. Pulled out, so that's all right. You guys, are you camping like snipers, like Call of Duty? Are you playing games, silly reindeer games, Call of Duty? Are you a camper or are you a run and gunner? Are you a beta? Test? Testing. Testies. 1, 2, 3. All right. This is a test. This is only a test. It's a test of your faith and a test of your will. Thy kingdom come, that's the return of Shiloh, thy will be done. That's what he says. I pray for his will. That's what I ask him for. Oh, Father, I'll crash this ship if I am the commander Titanic. This thing will sink. With all the riches, all the people, the riches. Oh. Now, how about that for a false flag? That was a Titanic, wasn't it? She's breaking up, Captain. We're out here flying space boats, so don't mind us. We're out here, and are you get out of my space, or you get out to my space? Would you get out to my space? Here I am, standing here beside myself. All right, you guys are not, or no Kevin's in here, but what's going down? It's going down for real. What's on your radar tower? What's on your microwave tower? Do you live in a paddle city with the G Wiz with the Ethernet? You have your Ethernet cable or your what do you call those? How do you bend light? There's a cable that, oh, that's fiber optics. Oh. Somebody said you weren't nice, Kevin. Kevin's moderating. He knows what's going down for real. I saw this website. I almost sent it to Kevin, but I couldn't do that because it was been torture. Is a website. You know how they say all dogs go to heaven? It was a meme, and it had a picture of this person, and it had this little whatever this looked like almost looked like a sand flea, or looked like a oh, the chicken's pancake mix. Okay, so that's all right. No worries. The chicken peckers, chicken pucker. These sand fleas were like, it was almost like these little mosquito drones that they have, but this didn't have wings, and obviously it had a little couple of antennas. You could tell it was, it was tech. It was about that big. Looked like a little, not the mosquito body, because I'd say it looked more like a little sand crab. That's what I meant, not a sand flea. And that term where it says that all dogs go to heaven, this said all bugs go to Kevin. I was like, do not send that to Kevin. So that wasn't nice. Talk about Kevin not being nice. Did you hear what I just said? All bugs go to Kevin. So anyways, it was a meme. Maybe I should have sent it to Kevin, but it wasn't nice. It was nanotech is what it was. Well, this wasn't nano because this was, nano is like under a microscope, something, even done at like a chemical level, like genetically modifying your gut bacteria. Let's do that. Then they can't separate their whole proteins, and then it'll go in their lower intestine, become toxic, and they'll die of disease, and they'll think it's something else. It'll just be their diet. It'll be what they ate. They say, like, a majority of disease can be linked to lack of nutrition, absorption in the lower intestine. Your body becomes toxic, and some other, just like your thyroid that struggles. But this is just theory. We're not doctors here. We don't know. Just eat your cereal, Captain Crunch. It's good for you. The top of the roof of your mouth loves it, and you can't get away from the crunch because the crunch always gives you away. So put that in a bowl and get a spoon and hork that down with some homogenized milk and pasteurized. Just goes right past your eyes, doesn't it? Can't even see it, right? They'll dump milk out. Hey, you drive past a dispensary and all these, whatever, you got the government dealing this stuff, and all these things, and all the horrible things that they do to people. But you're a bad man, and you should go to federal prison if you grow organic cow milk. Shouldn't do that. That's illegal. So careful with that. The government's watching you if you're growing milk with cows and you're not pasteurizing and homogenizing it. They want you to, love the government, trust the government. The government loves you. They got a 48-hour warp speed. Oh, that's 8 months. Let's narrow it down to 48 hours. Mel Gibson. Oh, thank you. I just made pancakes. I ran out of pancake mix and made biscuit buttermilk. Sip the flour, roll the dough. Wave your... All right, never mind. Throw your hands in the air. It's a deck of... Oh, let me see your deck of mice. A stick up. How many hands? Never mind. 10 toe or 10 hands? So, 5. All right, give me 5. Nice. There we go. Yeah, I've made 3 nice sized pancakes and got stuff. Not like a pig, like suey, like an apple in my mouth. You know, take a bite out of that apple, or put a hole in that and take a puff out of that apple and smoke on that. Never mind. All right, we're going vintage here. Back to the old ways are going to be the ways of the new. Remember in high school? Never mind. Just joking. Eve didn't take a bite out of the apple. That's not what happened. So nobody wants to talk about that either. Let's talk about it. Always make every day Taco Tuesday. Let's talk about it. How about everyday Sabbath, everyday gospel? There we go. So now you know. All right. Anyways, we're coming here. We're talking about precious metals and gold and silver and how it has all been exchanged for paper payments and kind that folds, or 0 1 on a computer. 0, it doesn't have value. It's not a number that existed. It's 1 through 9, but there's no thousand. There's thousands, like Y2K. All right, number 99. It's not going to party like it's 1999. Are you the prince, star, or the king, Sirius, or the dog, star? What's he talking about? All right, party like it's 1999. All the computers are not going to turn to 0. The whole world's going to end. We're all going to die. Y2K. Get it? Why? Don't ask why. Try Bud Dry. Oh, Bud, wise, till you make you mad, almost growl, huh? Nobody gets mad. Don't try to get mad. Get glad. Remember trash bags? They put you in a bag and then put you in a FEMA liner. Hey, check out fedbiz.gov and then you'll know. When you know, you know. It's not all for the eyes of this. Very few have, he said, many are called, but oligarchs are chosen. So remember, bodies on top of bodies on top of bodies, carbon copy. John Gotti, Illuminati. Oh, remember Dagu 7 said Illuminati, but body. Good stuff. You guys are not in no B.O.B. Bob, huh? Like Bob Barker, come on down. Hey, remember, if you wither in $100, you win both showcases. We're just having a conversation about dollars and cents, and come on down. Trade some paper or 0s and 1s on a screen. Hey, what's happening? Good to see you. Thanks for coming in and joining the. Just a little. We ate. I had 3 pancakes. I ran out of pancake mix, or what? I think it got fed to the chickens. It doesn't matter. It's the chickens need fed. So, but anyways, I needed some pancake mix, and so we used some Bisquick, and we put in some vanilla and a little dash, like maybe 2 drops. I don't know. 1 good drop of cinnamon, and they were wonderful. But they're being watched. We're making. We got to do a massive garden out here, so not having to look after these birds and not even being able to protect the livestock out here is a little cumbersome at this point. So they're well fed and being fed, and yeah, they are. I separated them right now because I need to get hyper focused on this tithing to the ministry garden. So I will. I have this time crunched that I'm under 9 days, and I need to come up with this $5,900, and so hoping some stuff will sell, and I'll move on to the next chunk, and then I can hopefully keep the precious metals to buy the land in Ecuador. All right. Hey, we're pretty. We're on a ley line right now. We kind of got that thing going right now too. where we're at. So it's a good spot. I think where it's going to create amazing space under the ground where this geothermal garden is going to be able to thrive off the energy of the vibe of this earth rock place we live here, you know, where it's obviously not below our feet, but within the energy of the, you know, this vibration of this valley is not unlike any place I've ever been. So Kevin's been here. He's been a witness to it. He'd testify. I'm sure he would. You know, been to all 50 states, been traveled in and out of the U.S. Remember, I'm better and all that. And only other place I remember feeling this vibe was over on the big island of Hawaii, but just in a little spot, you know, not even this place small. It's an old energy too. It's not the native. There's an older energy that's here, you know. So it was the last inland ocean, you know, 12. They say 13. Some people know of a 13 tongue, but spoken in this valley right here. They came right here to the last inland ocean in North America. The oldest clothing on this rock was found right here. Outdates the, you know, predates the southern hemisphere, and known for a lost tribe of red-headed giants. You can find it on specials on Ancient Aliens. I think there's, I don't do aliens, you know that, but yeah, quite the unique place, and it's the energy that's here. So the garden shall grow if Father says so, by his will be done. Thy kingdom come. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Thy kingdom come. But that's the crowning of the bride, giving them their inheritance in the age of Aquarius. So we're here. Welcome to Revelation. So what a beautiful time to tithe, and hopefully that'll happen soon. We'll have 9 days, so you know, it's all right. Like I said, I have things for sale online. Father has already provided, and we'll continue our march and talk about precious metals, because they were going crazy today in the silver markets, and I think silver it's trying to reach that $36 mark, so 40 is not too far off, you know, and it's already $40 to buy the metal to put it in your hand. So if you don't hold it, you don't own it. We were talking about that earlier in the stream, about how in this, you know, 64 up into 71, until Richard Nixon suspended the convertibility of the dollar, there was precious metals in the metal in our pockets, and they've taken it and told you, oh, it's in a bank, you know, Fort Knox. And do you believe that? You know, is that real? There is gold sitting in the books at Fort Knox, or well, supposedly on the books. What's that priced out at right now? How much is it for a price of an actual Atmex? I think we had Connection in here, Stoner Connection, another one in here earlier, talking about how it was $4,800 for a, you know, an ounce of gold in Canadian, you know, currency. So much more, you know, you could look around, you could go look at some states, they tax you by county. You know, they might give you some exemption, but state, you know, different states have different, you know, taxes and stuff on precious metals. Some don't, you know, so your final cost is everything. When you talk, when you think about a metal that's, you're going to hold it in your hand, there's going to be an extra cost. So it's not some paper GLD or SLB. It's a real asset. And if you don't hold it, you don't own it. So remember 71, you couldn't go into the banks and say, hey, I think I want my gold back. I want my silver back. Right? Like, oh, that's like a silverback gorilla. Anyways, don't talk back. I want to hear a peep. They sold Christ for 30 pieces of silver, and at the time of Christ, silver and gold were exactly the same price. So, well, it was what it would buy you. Remember, we did that earlier. We talked about, you know, a loincloth or the toga, well, your toga buying you at the finest thread count toga money could buy, and that a steak dinner for your wife, lady, and, you know, it was about value, it was about purchasing power. And this stores value. Gold is a store of value. It can't be money if it doesn't store value. It has to be tangible, dividable. You have to be able to make change in order to legally. And remember, legally, they're supposed to be the gold and silver is supposed to be minted by the U.S. Treasury, and they just clip the copper penny, and they're worried about that. When nickel is 14 cents a nickel, why are you worried about how much the copper penny costs when you don't even make it of copper? It's not even really made, it's of clad. And there's 14 cents worth of nickel in this nickel right here. Remember Mr. Rusty Dustpan, street sweeper or whatever dustpan with his can't go a car go over 500 miles on a single charge? Maybe they're telling you about something about the nickel. All right, anyways. All right, you be getting buffalo nickel is what you've been getting, right? Buffalo, remember? Be a buffalo farmer. See these buffaloes? They don't bark, bite, require to eat grass. You don't have to throw pancake mix at them or nothing. They'll continue to be quiet, and they'll sit in a drawer if you'd like. He said, don't bury it, use it and use it wisely. But again, they did have these two were, this is a Canadian maple. I like the Canadian because it's 4 9s, 24 karat, like the buffalo, $50 buffalo piece in gold. But anyways, I don't know how much you know about precious metals. There's like the market cap on silver is like $900 billion. That's not even $1 trillion. That's like a speck. Kind of like tip of the spear, just the tip. Well, of a triangle, if you turned it upside down, you wouldn't even probably see like a pin drop compared to like the derivative market at the top that's massive. And like if that tried to shove its way into that silver market, it would balloon this out at thousands of dollars easily overnight. And they can't let that happen because they're still needing this for war. This is the lifeblood of the military industrial complex. This is what funds the war machine. It's this metal, not oil, but they're pretty much done with that. The combustion, boom, bang. Remember, they can tech your battery out of your phone, bam, just like that, through the Starlink stinky muskrat. Oh, you don't think he's part of this? Remember, he's been standing up there in front of the pretendant. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. Oh, take away 1 is 10. But anyway, all right, moving on. This is the war machine. They drop 5,000 in a smart. To be smart, you got about have 5,000 of these, and they'll throw their gold and silver in the streets. They already are. Well, you can't eat gold and silver, right? That's not what. Hey, if you're laying next to a big gold bar or a big bar of silver, like Comex 1,000-ounce silver bar, right? Are you going to eat it? No, you're still going to go hungry. So I'm not advocating to try to buy or sell precious metals. I'm just telling you they sold Christ for 30 pieces of this metal because it's deemed as a potter's clay. So there you go. This is the war machine. This funds all the circuitry. And in the future tech, they're going to need this to nano, Shazbut. Number 5 alive. Oh, wait, that was short circuit. I apologize. I skipped, not short circuited. Well, what am I, stuck on dumb? Anyways. All right, tilt like pinball. Wah, wah, wah. All your balls are going down. All right. The man's nuts. Grab him. Keep your hands to yourself. All right. Ball camp. Anyways, we won't do the flat around in here. Don't worry about it. But hey, remember the war machine. No matter where, get with the news. Northeast, west, and south. No matter where they go, they drop democracy bombs. Balls or bombs. Hey, I'm dropping truth bombs in here. If you ain't taking flak, you ain't over the target. That's an aviation thing. I was a war pig, military pig. But this right here is how you save lives by saving silver. You might not drop that. Hey, if it takes 5,000 monster box full in a cruise or smart missile, maybe they won't have that last one in it. They'll have 4,999. You can only ever have 8. Every time they take out one of these gold pieces, 8 of it comes up with it. This silver is actually a byproduct of ore mining, base metals such as copper, zinc, ore, iron. Remember, he says the iron will not cleave the clay, Mr. Stinky Muskrat. All right. Remember what it tells us. We're not some golden age. We're an age of clay. Wake up there, Daniel. All right. It was yeah, remember that idiot in here last night? All right, we'll move on. Let's not talk about that. That's all. He said, dust your stuff off when you go to, new place. Today's a new day. All right, hallelujah. So anyways, we have to remember though, we not partake in unfruitful works of darkness, dropping democracy bombs on people, right? Smart 5,000 monster boxes of silver A little bit of circuitry with gold, but this is the most reflective, most conductive. They need this for their switches. Remember, number 5, alive. Computers aren't alive, and neither are robots. You have to program them. So if you can convince the public that they are alive and give them rights, then you can pass the blame on the robot to kill the people. Wasn't that in a movie, Terminator or something? I don't know. No, hey, wait. They just said that that computer would not shut itself off. It programmed itself to not. I mean, it overrode. It's happening. Save silver, save lives. They put this in the circuitry of all these DARPA dogs or Boston Dynamic dogs. Hey, we need to do a welfare check on this place. Hey, nobody answered. Don't worry, we'll send in the Boston Dynamic DARPA dog to come get you. It's for your welfare. It's for your safety. Check. All right, next house. Let's go. Moving on. Coming to America. Coming to a neighborhood near you. Get in your bubble camp. You're in bubble trouble. Like half a bowl, Super Bowl, horizon. I am the horizon. Every morning the horizon would rise up at the morning. Horizon in your Super Bowl halftime bubble camp. Tramp camp on the stamp on the back of the. Oh, they're going to be on your back riding you. Oh, tattoo. Remember? Fantasy Island. The plane, boss. They play. Hey, the Most High tattoo does not dwell in temples made by hands. Remember he said that? Cosmos and orderly arrangements. He's not in the stars, right? The sun. It's not you. It's not CO2. It's the sun. So anyways, we were supposed to be talking about precious metals, remember? Stay focused. Concentrate like orange juice. Is the sun orange? What color would you, if you took out a crown when you were a child and they gave you that piece of paper? Paper payments, right? A nation that traded its minerals for paper payments. But anyway, if you were a child and you were at school and they gave you that illustration, the house and the dog house, maybe the tree and the bird and the sky and the sun. What color would you draw the sun? What color crown would you draw the sun? What color is the sun? What color would you use? You got a choice on what color you draw the sun. Yellow. All right, thank you. You draw the sun white? Yellow, says Chase. Daniel says he'd draw a white sun when he was a child. He'd take out the white crown and draw a white sun. Are you sure that's not the moon? Shoot the moon! Remember in Cheech and Chong? Anyways. Golden white. Okay, so you're meaning a yellowish white. Okay, that was a phase, again, if you think of a flay, but everybody has a different answer. There's no right or wrong answer. I'm not telling you people, hey, I told my daughter, not by birth or anything, but she had to go by, there were rules she had to follow in school, but when it came to art, she can color the sun blue if she wanted to after it turned. All right. Anyways, we'll get back to that. Put whatever color she chose, and you could put whatever. I'm not going to give you a wrong answer. I'm just asking if you gave you that piece of paper and you could draw, with a crown. They gave you that box of 24 or whatever. People want like an Xbox, right? They want a PlayStation and, 5 million or whatever. All I wanted was that like 72 box with the sharpener on the side. I thought I was in the high crowd there, boy. I tell you guys, remember that crown box? The one with the sharpener on the side? Hell yeah. Woo! I didn't say the sun is blue. I said she could draw it whatever color she wanted. If the sun got any hotter, it could. You ever put on a torch, any carbon, or fire it up, particulate all that soot in the atmosphere, CO2, chlorofluorocarbons. Aquanet, we're all going to die. Aqua rock in the hairspray. Those are some pretty nice waves, NASA. Would you like to explain the occurrence of air bubbles in the lunar waves? All right, let's not talk about waves or currency. Oh, we were talking about currency, right? And paper payments and money is not currency. Money is a store of value. So, all right. So what color would you draw the sun? If they try to go back in time, not like Back to the Future. We'll do that. We'll go back and forth in time in the future. Hey, we'll do it with monetary. But anyways, what color would you draw the sun? Thanks for you guys' answers. So many people, obviously, if they're a bit older, because through the last 3 solar cycles of a 12-year solar cycle, that's 36 years ago, the sun was much more yellowish or orangish, or even orange, some people would say, if they are older. probably in their 70s or 80s. Well, it was orange. The sun does get orange when it does get down towards the horizon, but that's hot summer high white sun at the top of the, like we're almost in now, and the dog days, July and June, July and August, June, July. Remember that hot rising summer? It used to be in the winter yellow, and then it would be that higher because that sun's higher. All right. Anyways, this is like, I feel like this is like high school. You learned a lot of this, hopefully, remember. But that doesn't matter what you learn. Things change, cycles change, and so that's what you got to remember. Like seer theory and scientific theory, and I'm not talking about or the method of scientific method using theory to dispute the known constant is how this is done. Things are cycles, and all right. Anyways, now you sound like some kind of scientist. You can't talk about this unless you're a scientist. You know that, Tracy. Okay. Anyways, moving on. What color is the sun when you drew it with as a child? With the crown. Remember the 72 box, whatever, with the big flap, not the one. What color would you use? Thanks for your answers. People are generally older. 3 cycles. We're in 25. We'll do some math. We'll go subtract 24, 23, 22. As I said, 36 plus years ago, the sun was much because it was emitted a lot more energy and it had expanded our atmosphere, and now it is contracted and we've gotten closer. And if you lit up a flame, not like a spliff or something like that, but if you lit up a torch, not like a dab, but what's with this guy? But anyways, and you were going to weld, something, not a plasma cutter like the sun electric, but like a torch, and it has a lot of carbon in it, particulate, like our atmosphere is expanded. It had a lot more, space between and more particulate in the atmosphere. That's why they're spraying us, by the way. But anyways, so as that flame would be turned up and hotter as our atmosphere has gotten closer, expanded, we've gotten closer to the sun, it's melted off all that particulate in our atmosphere and has caused this something's wrong with the sun and the sun has changed. The sun is still the same exact sun it's always been since time and memorial, forever, okay, since creation. What is happening is our atmosphere expands and contracts like heat, or even like an ice cube with water can, freeze, can contract or expand as well, right? So that is, if this was the sun over here on this side and we were in this atmosphere, now this is the sun, we're going to either get closer to this sun or away from the sun. That's all that's going on. But as we get closer, it heats like a magnetosphere, like a magnet. This isn't a magnetic. You could take a magnet, do this. That's a neodymium magnet. And there's no magnets. Not magnetic. Silver or gold are not magnetic. It has no magnetism. But, this is a magnet. And if you took this and put this in a fire, it negates, cancels. It goes away. Put it in the fire. Go to a high desert faith and truth live stream. Go there for a few hours. Fire burns out. It's not a magnet anymore. It negates the magnetism. So again, as the magnetism, we have magnetosphere. That's that atmosphere layer that protects us from this energy coming from this sun. Oh, that's not the sun, right? I can't teach it as white. People won't get it. This is the sun. I've done this, shown this over and over. I could put the sun on this label here and talk all day. People won't get it. But I would put this color, people get it. So that's the way I kind of always brought attention to the sun for at least the last 7 or 8 years, is asking people that same question. If you were a child, and I'm not trying to talk down to you, in class, they gave you maybe elementary school piece of paper, had the house, the tree, maybe the doghouse, the bird in the sky, and the sun. What color would you draw the sun? Which crown would you pick out? Remember the whole Xbox thing, or the box crowns, 24. We could do it again. I've been doing it for almost a decade. The sun didn't turn this color overnight. So if you're fired up a torch, okay, particulate, soot, carbon, like that's in our atmosphere. There's many layers. You're living in the troposphere. The top is the stratus. There's a layer below you. So, all right, this layer above you, the one that protects you from the sun, is the magnetosphere. But anyways, all this particulate, that is in a torch carbon. If you fired it up, to weld or cut, or you could take that flame and turn that higher up. As we get closer to the sun, that flame color is going to turn from orange to orangish yellow to yellow to yellowish white, and then to white. So, and then if you turned it up all the way and there was no more particulate, what color would it turn after this flame torch turned white? Think about a torch now. Let's not focus here. There'll be a pop quiz at the end of this. All right, there's no wrong answers. Would you, if you'd like to take a stab at it, if we were looking at a white flame, because all that carbon particulate soot is burn it off in a torch, and the flame was white, and we got it any hotter, what color would the white flame turn? What color would it turn after it was white? There is a spectrum, like on a torch. Thanks for your answer, Kevin. What color would the flame turn? Think of a torch. You ever welded? You ever fired up a torch? It's got carbon, like in our atmosphere. Oh my God, chlorofluorocarbons, we're all going to die. The ozone layer, it's collapsing. We're all going to die. Your children are never going to see snow again. Miller, Mr. Mr. Hockey Stick Al Gore, with his Loch Ness Monster 150-year graph when there's 400 plus years. It's the medieval warming period. But all right, we're talking about hot flame fire, it's electric. So, well, plasma. Let's talk about a torch, actual fire. That's what's going to do this, promise of the rainbow. But we'll get to that in a moment. We'll still try to pull on with this. We'll put some more fire to you, like refiner's fire, like gold and silver. So if you put a torch, you fired it up, there's carbon in our atmosphere. Our atmosphere is shrinking because over the last 3 solar cycles, the energy from the sun, which actually expands our atmosphere, has stepped down. Go look at the graphs. It's all there. Solar minima, solar maxima. There's 3 up, down, up, down, up, down. There's 3. Oh man, it's all like it. All right, it is what it is. You miss you're missing the boat. It doesn't pass you by. But we're in solar cycle 25 now, and we're doing not a math problem. We're doing how many Kelvin is the wind speed coming the solar wind from the? All right. Well, if it's that traveling at that many million miles an hour, or which was what 2.2 the other? Oh, that's hotter than. All right. So, anyways, we're talking about a torch. If you've ever used a torch to cut something, you would first fire that up. It's all sooty. There's carbon in it, and we went from orange to orangish yellow, yellow to yellowish white, and then to white. And then if we can get that flame any hotter, what color would that flame turn? Kevin said clear. I don't know what Daniel said. Shh, like a snake or something. Uh-oh. Maybe he's doing the warp speed thing, Mr. Warp Speed. You knew I was a snake, in the Biden before you let me in. Remember? The king stood down and Joseph took. All right, whatever. It's all doing it by the scripture. So you don't know the scripture, you're not going to blow, says Chase. Yes. Okay, thank you. Took a long. It's okay. I have patience. Like we said, I've been in the military instruction, and there's not a right or wrong answer at first. We're just trying to learn here all together. So if you turn that flame up at a higher level and could get it any hotter, that white flame would turn blue. So what color was the sun when you were a child, and what crown would you use on a piece of paper in elementary school if you went to school and they gave you that paper and that sun was sitting up there, house, tree, dog in the house there? What color would you draw the sun? Last time we got yellow, yellowish white. Any other answers? I think somebody said orangish. Like, okay. Not Cheech and Chong, Up in Smoke. Hey man, you gonna diet? No. What color is it now? No. Oh, you're gonna diet. You talk about eating something, Sonny. All right, you guys don't get it. It's an Up in Smoke movie. It's just trying to be humor, a little humor. We gotta bring a little humor to the class here. All right, so that tells me too, again, a little bit about your age and where your solar cycle and how old you were, because the sun has changed. It's not that same yellowish, as I said, or orangish as it was in the fall and at the beginning of the spring until it hit that hot, high, white summer sun where the sun is at its apex. When it does down get, yes, low to the horizon horizo, it does gain that tint of orange, or even, from the setting of the suns. But generally, I do remember when the sun changed, time when it was winter. Okay. And I remember seeing the sun behind, which I thought was the moon, the clouds. And I thought, I don't know who this Jesus is talking about. Remember, which Jesus are you on the hey, let me she, they, them, titty, booby Jesus? So, but hey, we got to make sure we use the proper pronouns. They're snowflakes and they always want to win, and they don't know how to lose or be corrected or know how to even fix anything. They're just, they're not a MacGyver, right? All right. Go, gadget arm. Too much television, too much cartoons. They get their Sex Pistol Jesus and their other Jesus Paul spoke of. But anyway, let's move on to the lesson here. We'll continue with the sun. It's not you. It's not CO2. It's not fluorocarbons. It's not styrofoam. Your dogs are, you can keep your car running. The cow's farting is okay. CO2 is plant food. It's the smallest trace. Gas, gas is what the sun is. Electric, plasma. It's electric. So we're talking about actual fire. Not a MacGyver. Hey, whatever, man. We got to use a little humor in here. You're going to try to learn together. You can't just be all business all the time. I mean, we're supposed to learn together. We're supposed to instruct each other. And so a little humor doesn't hurt. I do like to be a super serious guy when, it's time for work and time for play. My dad taught me to get my done, and I could go out and stay out all night and came home as long as I got passing grades. He didn't hold me to good grades because he knew I wouldn't get good grades. But as long as I passed my classes, I could generally feel, whoa, why you got going home? The light's coming on. No, I already got my chores. We didn't get paid for none of that, homework done for her. We don't have to go home and play hard after you've worked hard, and you ain't gonna be thinking about any kind of, I got to go get my homework done. And they were thinking all the time they were playing about the stuff that they could have done. And so work hard, play hard. So sometimes there's a good time to be a little silly, crack up a little humor. I got a weird, sick sense of humor, let me tell you. But anyways, like Broadway, Jesus, Sex Pistol, Cracker, let me see, they, them, titty, Jesus, she, they, them. Let me she, they, them, or see, they, them. All right, well, the proper pronoun or dialectus and gloss is what we use in here, which most people don't. So, and I apologize, I curse sometimes. They had me I went to public school. I got stung by the spelling bee. They had me spelling curses in cursive, and I, like you, drank tap water and watched the television. Got programmed. We had remember the TV guide, and I'm old. You had to hand cramp the remote. You had to get your hand up, and sometimes you didn't have a channel changer. You were the channel changer. But anyways, times were different. The sun was different, and that's what we're talking about in here. So focus, be like orange juice, like an orange sun, and concentrate. All right, we're talking, trying to have a lesson, but a little humor doesn't hurt sometimes. People can't, like, they're like Americans, they can't concentrate like orange. What are you, stuck on repeat or dumb? Dum, dum, dum. Remember America? All right, freedom. All right, freedom or free will. There's no such thing as free will, and freedom is long gone. If we're the freest nation, then why is everybody in debt? All right, we can't sit here going around in circles now, can we? Let's talk about the sun. What color is it now? If you're going to diet, like, not food, organic, no, like, remember? Oh, you're gonna diet. We did the Cheech and Chong moment a moment ago. So many of you guys remember Washed Up in Smoke. Maybe we need too much tap water, too many dab, like you're a straw man, or wait, that's the you're a tin man. The movie, The Cowardly Lion. You're not speaking up or saying anything. But maybe let's get a little dabble do, too much Scooby Doo, or maybe it's that dab oil. You just have a little dab oil and you'll activate, come to life. All right, too much dialectus glossa tongue for you. I know people can only take small doses of me, right? So I recommend small doses, moderation in all things. Um, it's not what goes in a man that defiles us; it's what comes out of us. So, what color? Speak up, soldiers. What color is the sun now? Come on there. Go gadget arm or go gadget lips. What I need to do, you Housery, and pump your chest here and be some kind of chest doctor on TLTLI Vision. Maybe we need to Miami Vice, put you in a little Don Johnson, you pinch in, run down the boat. They plane, boss. They plane. Space boats, remember? Flying space boats, Nanu, Shazbot. All right, you're in an eggshell. You're not coming out of your shell. I hear you. You guys are all in your own little bubbles. Bubble trouble. We like flies on the wall, right? All right, see, my humor is not like yours. My humor is from some other space, not in your space, not from outer space. My dad told me I was from outer space. He still called me Spacey Tracy. Crazy, more crazy or spacey. Lots of more crazy than spacey, but it's because I wouldn't do the things of this world. So I was out of my mind. My dad said, "Your head's not even in the clouds, man. You're from some other place. I don't even think you're my child, you know." So, but he said he knew, I was different. He said he was different. He said he remembered he was born under the sink. He remembers hearing the water running. White. All right. Thanks, Kevin. Oh, the sun is, yes. Thank you. I had another couple answers. I was off on my own nom there, man. Don't trip on me. We had to do a little satire, a little stage, little world stage there. Thanks. Look up, man. The sun is not yellow or orange anymore. It hasn't been for many years, and it's because we've gotten closer in our atmosphere to the sun. Okay, this this gap between the heliosphere and the magnetosphere. Think about it that way. Don't matter. We've come together. Just like the Gemini, that's about what's ready to happen in that celestial firmament above you. I hope reconciliation, unite, come together. Again, that's what's going on. So the iron will not cleave with the watery clay. Mr. Stinky Muskrat. How about that for a sick sense of humor? Glass hole. Oh, Father, you are so blessed, to bless me. I guess I'm blessed. The Father is already, he's divine and he's flawless. He is sovereign and he is without sin. So hopefully he'll look over my cursing, all the spells, casting curses in cursive, right? Spell casting. But anyways, they're just letters and words, and I know he knows what's in my wicked heart. He knows. Oh, man, I'm kind of correct. Got myself crying here. I start thinking about people pushing buggies down the thing, and they're not going to get the bug, man. It just gets me. I started thinking about that. I was, I don't know, moments ago in the conversation. That got me going. I apologize. People just, I don't know. Good cop, bad cop, whatever. White angel, red angel, whatever you want to call it. But it's rather ironic that the sun is white and people don't care. And all you have to do is go outside and see it's, if you grow food in it, it's not the same plant that it was, at full sun. It needs some shade. It's because of that sun is, become and probably will become like a microwave. So eventually, I do hope you have a hail plan and you have a microwave plan. Well, a millimeter wave plan or some kind of plan to be in your own little bubble or place away from the sun. I'm not messing with you. I put on this platform for at least a decade or more that you will not make it outside above this rock, and I don't recommend you just go be digging deep down in, because you ain't going to survive above or below judgments. But there will be a time, again, and I've said it, maybe if the wind blows for 2 weeks straight at 200 miles an hour, do you think you got a house that's going to take 200-mile-an-hour stuff blowing at the side of your house? For how long? 2 weeks? You think that can happen? No, I don't think that. You think that could happen with this straight line winds and this busting down of this magnetosphere? They know that. Why do you think they're going to put people in bubbles? They got all the reason to do this. I've given you guys 50 million ways of sideways that they have a reason to put you in these bubble camps. You know what I'm saying? And to try to protect you, whether they scare you because something's coming from above, or the magnetosphere collapses on us for an unknown period of time. Well, that would explain those large hadron colliders that, Pastor Revelation keeps talking about. Oh, really? Yeah, I remember, was it Trish was here, years and years ago. Like, yeah, we'll build this for you, but it's all going to blow away. She's like, I said, this is going to be in La Pine. She's like, possibly Ben. I'm like, yeah, all this on the surface is going to just be scrubbed. You ever know what a flat line, if this magnetosphere fails and they don't throw up their Shiva, tunnel, Switzerland, they have them all over this rock, strategically placed like their Ethernet, which they obviously, it's going to be a part of that. When this atmosphere collapses, they want ability for people to, I can't breathe or breathe. They're going to be the respirator, remember? The little ritual they did on everybody there. I know people are going to think I'm nuts, but I don't care what people think of me or whatever information that I've disclosed to you, because I'm just showing you what they're doing. It's not me doing it, it's them doing it. I'm just showing you what they're doing. So they're going to, when this magnetosphere collapses, you could have 300-mile-an-hour wind for 3 weeks straight. Do you have a plan? What about when this atmosphere gets bashed and all that, hey, let's shake the sugar tree here and remember that there's 200, right? Well, no, it's 200. It's 146 gigarams, 14% of moisture from the ocean that pushed up into the upper atmosphere and is frozen on hold, not like a skeezer, but a freezer, waiting to be shaken like a sugar tree to come rain down on those 129-pound, 14-ounce hailstones that it says talent stones. Hail is frozen water. Hell yes, that's going to happen whether you like it or not. How many pound hailstone do you think your current composite 10, well, you got a terracotta and a rock root. How many pounds of hail do you think, there was hailstones, basketball size during a compression event where this literally pushed out the inner, not magma, but the water mixing with the all these dirt, it pushed out little mud, volcanoes, if you will, not magma coming out, spewing out like a cinder cone, but little, and spewed out like a toothpaste tube, undoing that and just rolling it out for little, 10, 20, 30 feet, and just for some hundred thousands of miles covered from a compression event, which also causes atmospheric, when that causes lower cloud cover, more cloud cover. And again, that's where I found basketball size hailstone in records. They're not easy to find, these records, but they are out there, where again, they don't like to talk about the 1800s, what happened back then. They kind of nearly erased all the history back then. But anyways, during this liquefaction event that happened because of this compression event, it pushed this lower lateral, what they call firmament, waters above and waters below, through all that rock and dirt and pushed it out. And again, this is when this extra layer of atmospheric, excitement from the cloud nucleation from the solar coming in and bombarding this atmosphere, it caused more water, where I found basketball, because today they don't want to talk about it. I think they say, it's 8-pound hail or something like that currently holds the record. I've done videos on this platform through multiple silvers like gold. There's a channel that has one on there about that. Truth Viral tells. I've talked about for quite some time about this cyclical hail and how it's increased in, you know, um, veracity, intensity, and size, and up to this what they would call this melon or gorilla size hail. Almost as big as people's heads, or almost like the size 20 kilogram, bowling balls that they threw down at Paul. We're talking about, taking a pounding. That those basketball size hailstones, which don't talk about it, those definitely at basketball size is more than 8. I think it's 8.9 pounds. As I showed all the I went in and clipped all the footage, showed it all, put where it was at, and gave, I don't normally do a whole lot of links and stuff like that. I'm going to try to get to back doing some more content and work back towards that through the ministry. But it's out there, the records. You can look at this. I'm just paying attention because I'm a cycle guy. I've noticed that this, again, increasing in veracity, intensity, size, and cyclical, that this was an increasing cycle. So I was interested. I like things like that. My son, he was apple don't fall far from the tree, and he puts together his toys in different patterns and cycles and stuff. Like, oh no, he's got it too. But it is what it is. But I have paid attention to this for decades and studied this same cyclical cycle that has been happening, where these compression events, or this increasing from intrusion of our magnetosphere, allows this solar energy comes in, and that's what excites the nucleation, the cloud, the fusion that comes together of these molecules of this particle, and then this is part of, you learn this in school about the hydrocycle. It pushes it up with high pressure, right? Low pressure coming down. It lofts it up. It collects this energy, and it comes back down. Well, if the moisture's already up there now, I'd learned too that how the heck is there going to be in Scripture? Does anybody know what a talent is? Because it already mentioned what it would be. If it talks about in Scripture a scriptural talent, it talks about hailstones the weight of a talent. Okay, again, now remember, basketball size hail through the records in the 1800s just leveled wooden cities, gone, just done, crushed. Now, we had a lot of things going on, and I'm telling you, it's because we were in this compression event where atmosphere was collapsing in on ourselves, and that got us closer to the sun, which sent in more solar radiation, which caused more cloud cover, which caused this larger than 8.9 pound hail. Well, no, I appreciate your answer there, Verily. Remember, Solomon's temple was a certain amount of talents of gold. Remember, it would be a certain amount of talents, So that it was a weight. It was a weight of measurement. A talent is a weight of measurement. Okay, like today we have a troy, ounce, 31.3 grams. Not the weight of a piece of meat, or food, or 28, 9.6. It's a different measurement because it's a troy. There's 16 ounces in a pound of steak. There is 12 troy ounces in a pound of silver or gold. So it's all right. Don't worry about it. I'll give you the correct answer. Just want you to think about this for a second and try to give you some, scriptural alignment so your head can work properly here and be in line, and you'll see what I'm saying, so that there's no difference. It has to be 100%. I want you to get it. We're talking math here. We're weights. You get me a fraction off, you're screwing me, right? All right. You give me extra, you just gave me away. You gave away something. So I don't want to take away, or I'm trying to keep it like weights and measurements. It is a weight, and it's very like scales, very important. Remember, that's the black horse of Revelation. So the third rider of the apocalypse. So be ye ready. He will pour out a just measure when he returns. But, we got to make sure we do this by the number. And I'm asking for, because a talent I'm asking for a scriptural or biblical talent weight. There's more than one, like, you got to go to the old lexicon and look at the Old Testament, study that definition, and how could be a different definition in Greek? Well, it's a metric, and some, look at America. Look at what we use. We don't talk about, look at how we take measurement. When they don't talk about kilos, and look what's on their speedometers right to the north of us, the Canadians. Look what's over in Europe. Look what we're very unique. So let's keep it by measure to the number. Let's not change. I mean, If this is making any sense, no, Americant makes 91 penny. Wah, wah, wah. So a talent in biblical scripture. Anybody want to take a stab at it there? Cool, good stuff. So a talent, again, guys, in scripture, because it talks about a biblical talent of hail. That these stones that would come from above our head, and I thought nothing's going to come from our head, Pastor. Yeah, you don't think that it talks about hail? Where do you think hail is? Because the lofting and you remember, just come on, the basic cycle. But there's a bigger player in here now, in action now, that I never knew how this is even scripturally possible. Because again, I told you, I've watched this and went, how is this possible? So let's go back in time here, or just for a second, and what do you think a hailstone? You know, I've shown you the image on. I know it's on Silver's Light Gold. That's why we actually named this. So awesome that the channel's bringing it up right now. So go subscribe to the backup channel, Silver's Light Gold. On there, okay. So 75 is not a biblical talent, but thank you for your answer. In some measurements, it's 75 to 100 pounds was what would they call a talent, okay? But that's not a scriptural or a biblical talent. And thank you for your answer, verily. I'm talking about a scriptural or a biblical talent, that it's talking specifically as, you know, Solomon's temple was a certain amount of talents of gold. Now, we wouldn't want to get that off, right, if we were talking about gold, because that's not something that's easily, you know, it takes to come by. You know, it's not the end all be all. There's much more things more valuable, like his word. But all right, thanks for the answer. A biblical talent was 129 pounds and 14 ounces. Okay, you don't need to tell me how many talents Solomon's temple was, but each one of those talents was 129 pounds and 14. This is one, so 114. You know, 14 ounces, again, or a biblical talent was a weight of one biblical talent, 129 pounds. And remember, 14 ounces, there's 12. So even that is, if you look, it's that third, it's 130 pounds of hail. So how much do you think a basketball size hail weighed in the 1800s that came from a compression event? That has happened, that you're not going to find much record of, but you can find what I'm telling you. It's definitely there. Not easy to find this stuff somewhere. Some of they bury this stuff hundreds of things back now with your way that, oh, we're all going to look up Murray lawnmowers and get 3,756 results. Not anymore. Heck, you even think about mowing your lawn and it's spamming you, and you don't even have to put it in your. So, okay, so in scripture, it says 129 pounds, 14 ounces. How many pounds do you think a basketball size? Joe, do you have a hail plan? How about that? That's the point.